so I can watch stream back up, I guess. And yep, the encoder's coming through. I can see where we are. We are live.
You wanna
Hello,
unmute?
everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the German National Championship. I'm Logan. Darick will be here shortly. I'm assuming. Right now, we actually have a bit of a banger going on with some Yorick versus Syndra gameplay with Finn Kleine and Yorick Schulte both at 5 points, and an opening salvo out of the hands of Finn Klein, blocked almost cleanly by Yorick Schulte. Let's get this published out to everybody, though. Let's make sure that everybody can see that we are live um, for the national championship here. Kadachi for 1. This is some pretty standard gameplay right here. Another 3 go again. We're going to potentially see some comboing off, which is, I think, what everybody wants in the world, is just a little more comboing off. We block that with the lava burst, so clean block there. We're going to break the scales. We're trying to go over the top immediately. So we're trying to combo right now. Darick will be with us shortly. We've become the bottle for 4. Sorry, for 3. Go again. I can't hear what he said as the name of this, but it is definitely going to be, considering I see a descending gust wave there, the assumption here is that we're calling this bonds. And then, interesting, just a pass, breaking the breaking scales that early to get a point of damage through is kind of a weird one, but if it slows down the Syndra enough, I think that it buys you maybe a turn of extra time. That feels pretty good. So here, this is your standard, have a Ravenous Rabble for 4 go again. It's always the same. Actually, there's a couple of blues in Syndra, so it is possible. We did blow the Dragon Scale flight path on turn 0, and now we're just 4 go again. So just sort of a slow and clunky start out of the Syndra on the second turn here, but still presenting 8 damage on 2 cards. So can't really be too upset if all things considered. Setting back up here. York again, just trying to do some simple ninja math, which is everything's a head jab until it's not. And truth be told, head jabs can be good. They're a little too easy to block, but when your opponent doesn't want to block, head jabs are great. So in this case, we're just jabbing. Blocking for 3 here. We have options on York's side of the table. There are Breeze Rider boots still. We have a Crouching Tiger in hand. We have an ancestral empowerment in hand. So this is going to be more of a tiger Katsu. I'm imagining the tigers are there mainly as tutor targets and not necessarily as the part of the main game plan, but they are definitely part of the game plan. So here we're going to pay, activate Katsu's ability, discard the tiger, as we were talking about just a second ago. Go find me something with combo, as is our solemn duty, which is going to be, so be like water, paying to name it, surging strike. And here's a whelming gust wave for 4 on hit. Draw a card. What is not known necessarily is that in hand, I believe, is still an ancestral empowerment to go over the top to draw a card, then on hit, draw a card. So if there's no other reacts here from Finn, this is going to also punch over for another damage, draw a card. And this is where Katsu gets very good at snowballing in very meaningful ways. And you can tell this is a Katsu player that is invested as staring at their deck. It is fully foil, and it looks like the Kodachis are gold foils. So, been playing Katsu for a minute, most likely. Taking a look here and seeing what our options are for this Bonds of Ancestry. Got plenty. You can become the bottle. You can try to run to a dishonor line. You can do a lot of different things here. And dishonoring Syndra would be backbreaking if you could pull it off. I believe that's also a gold foil Mask of the Pouncing links down there. So yeah, we're definitely fairly foiled out here. So yeah, this is one of the prettier Katsu decks I've seen in a long time. Yeah, that Bonds isn't in hand. That Bonds is banished. But playable. And oddly enough, Whelming Gust Wave is a Gust Wave. So in case you wanted to know, being in the tank here is not the worst thing. This is a ninja match, is not going to take that long. Knowing that he has plenty of time, York's going to actually make sure that he goes through this in every way, shape, and form. So this bonds is going to have be free to play for 4 go again, banishing a card with combo from the graveyard to search their deck for a card of the same name, banish it, shuffle, and play it. And again, tons of options and lines to think through here. And this is just Katsu. Katsu is the thinking person's ninja. It'd be the best way to explain it, as there are, instead of just slamming on the gas, which is typically, what we expect out of ninjas these days. So here's 4. We're going to go ahead and grab the dishonor. No, not grab the dishonor. We're going to grab, I can't see. Oh, Tiger Reflex, it looks like. Go get another one. So we're coming in for 4 go again. And this was always kind of if you think about the old Zen gameplay, this is very similar, where in you're just trying to go as wide as possible. So here we have another connection with the bonds. We have the option send a Kodachi. That one is another, and then a Kodachi for another one. So you'll always have the option of Mask of Pouncing links in these cases as well. So right now we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide on the combat chain. And debating on cracking the mask here to grab probably Assault the Wound to end this. Instead, we're just going to say, nope, we'll live for another day, not enough hits, and set back up for another turn. That's a pretty good turn, dropping your opponent to 28 even through some blocks. Again, when Katsu gets to play against decks that don't want to block, Katsu can do some really disgusting things. Here you're leaving Finn with a 3-card hand, and Syndra can still do plenty with a 3-card hand. There's nothing to say that Syndra. So we've got an Ignite. So we do have a starter. And now the math starts on the other side. Again, welcome to Ninja. We're not going to lead with the Ignite. We're going to lead with a pain in the backside. For 3, go again with a good on hit. Throw the Ignite here. For 2, go again. This is going to make the swing with the kunai free. We're going to flick a dagger here. And then throw a lava burst for 5. So taking the 5 is going to equal a mass trigger. However, we have already blown the Dragon Scale Flight Path. No way to give that mass trigger. Go again. We buy the 1 kunai and just have a card in arsenal for next turn. Still a very good turn. That's still not an irrelevant mass trigger by any stretch of the imagination. And then back to our regularly scheduled Kadachi for 1. Again, you get to see what Syndra gets to do off of 3 cards, and it's still very, very powerful. But here, Kadachi for 1. The classic, the scene since the days of Welcome to Wraith. Elegant as it gets. For those of you joining us, my name's Logan. Hello. And we got a little bit of a late start. We had some technical difficulties on the streaming side, not on the pairing side. So no more of the mass issues that we're going to be seeing, or that we've been seeing. With the gem portion of the show, at least. Just another 3, go again. Play every card that says Gust Wave in it. Her, Jeff. And again, both of these players have to be very cognizant of their life total. The Kadachi lock and the Kunai lock, or I should say the Flick Knives lock, are both real things. The Kadachi lock is somewhat easier to buy time with. From Finn's side, the Kunai lock is not easy at all to buy time from Yorick's side. So the pressure on Yorick to bring Finn down is a little bit higher than the pressure on Finn to bring Yorick down, but it is still a ton of pressure on both sides. And good morning to all that are joining us in chat. Yeah, I know it's early. We're working on, time is working on that part. We are working on very little. Darick is currently working on technical issues on his end. So right now it is just listening to me solo, which most people would be already able to tell you that have ever met me. So here we're looking at just a block for 3. And then a bonds, because we played a Gust Wave. Bonds, banish a bonds. Again, very very common gameplay here for those of us who lived through the Zen Menace with bonds legal. And on the bright side, at least there's no Art of War. So I guess we can be happy about that. Or as happy as we can be about that, I should say. We're going to have to go ahead and read through the dishonor line, which, again, Syndra getting dishonored is very, very bad. It's going to make it so that we don't get to our pick up the kunai anymore. We just are, yeah, it's one way around it that if you're not if you can get the dishonor line off, uh you can very easily hop in the kunai lock, and here comes the tide flippers, or the breeze rider boots, sorry, and the mask and Katsu all stacked together. We're gonna discard here. We're gonna go get a gust wave of some sort. My guess is Descendant, or no, Fluster Fist. Okay, Fluster Fist off Katsu. That's gonna go get dishonor as soon as we play that other bonds. So everything with combo has go again at this point. Here's the bonds. Go get the dishonor. Or no, go get a whelming. Okay. We're going wide here, folks. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide so far, with more to come. And Kadachi Lock is going to be in play very quickly. And so everything that has combo right now, due to Breeze Rider boots, is going to have go again. So this is one of those spots where if you have a a turn like this where you get to use your Breeze Rider boots and use them very effectively, you're going to be able to pump through so much damage through Breeze Rider boots that you're going to get as wide as humanly possible here. So we're looking at Fluster Fist with go again, a Whelming Gust Wave with go again, and Finn is looking at the damage going, am I just dead? Is there a way around this? It's like, well, there's also like there's a lot of calculus here, and it realistically means it's a bunch of damage. Having to block when your Syndra feels ultra bad. You do have block available in your equipment. Um, Blocking is better than not living any longer. So we're at currently 4 go again being presented by Bonds of Ancestry on this turn, which is 6 wide, ready to go 9 wide. And this was always the issue with Katsu early, well, not super early, where, yep, enable the combo making Salt the Wound for 4 plus X. Yeah, it's at least 9 on the Salt. Yep. So going to have to block quite a bit here. 3 go again. Everything has go again. Retrace the Past is going to do a lot of work here. This is such an insanely wide turn. And a Fluster Fist. Yep, we're taking it. We get it. Down to 6 off of a 9 wide turn. The turn, I believe 28. So a very, very, very large turn out of Yorick Schulte. And we're just going to say, well, here's an Oath of Loyalty. So here's 4-go again. Back to our regularly scheduled Syndra game. And then Arsenal Pass. So not a lot going on there. Have to hope that the classic double Ancestral Harmony. I never hit Ancestral Harmonies, so I'm very confused at what it looks like to see actual cards that are playable in a Banish Zone off Ancestral Harmony. I would almost always banish exactly Art of War. So that, I guess, is not possible now, at least. So on the bright side. So right now we have Ancestral Harmony. But welcome to Ninja gameplay from the original Ninja. Well, I guess not the original Ninja. Technically, the original Ninja would be Ira, but the WTR Ninja. So 4 covering up 5, taking 1. We're going to discard here. Might as well. Yep, go get 100 wins. We're going to 100 wins for 6. And we're going to 100 wins. Yeah, we're done here. Basically is what Finn is saying in a very quick, very dirty matchup where Yorick Schulte was just able to snowball with Katsu into giant turns. That's incredible. So congratulations to Yorick Schulte on a dominant victory, moving to 6 points on the so 6-2 going forward into throughout the tournament. We are going to hopefully get Darick back at some point, but right now we're gonna operate with me solo. But with that matchup being so very, very fast, it's going to give us some time to sort out some technical issues. So we're going to go ahead and let you listen to some of the banger music while the stream plays on. And we'll be back with, round 9 coming up soon. Stick around.
Life is just a mukbang. You don't wanna be low on the food chain. Life is just a mukbang. Bang, bang, bang. Out of the pan and into the fire. I'm the mukbang's #1 supplier. Black Mirror had to sell the empire. Brain hardwired to the deep fried messiah. Binge, 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 binge. Yeah, this is where your dopamine hit begins. Binge, 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 binge. Yeah, this is where you're pouring my rich Ocean grinding in my mind, memories rewind and intertwine. Read, assimilate, relate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Read, assimilate. Fragments flashing out of sync, code corrupted, broken links. Circuit power, hard reboot, stuck inside another ending loop. Assimilate, mutilate, rage, assimilate, mutilate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Rage, assimilate, mutilate. I'm glitching out. I'm glitching out. It's over now. Reality is loud. Chaotic sound. I'm glitching out. Static noise rattles my bones, reminding me I am alone. Can't escape this terror scream, can't decipher this directive beam. Suffocate. I'm glitching. pretends to be your friend. I wanna know if it mattered. I would have gone to war for you. I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. Would it all close end? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? I did it all. I pulled the weight on my shoulders like it was fate. Don't tell me it was for nothing. You told me love wasn't true 'cause it didn't feel real to a cynic like you. But I'm pretty sure we walked into something. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. I want it all full send. Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Another time around the block, I loved you around the clock. Break of dawn, might as well be midnight, talking on the dock. Everyone around us knows, they say we're soulmates and it shows. So I wanna see where this could go, this could go. Break the news to everyone, the long time wait is finally done. I wasn't hanging around for fun, you could be the one. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. I want it all full send. Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it You bring me down for all to see, then switch it up and treat me right. You promise sun, but you bring rain. I still love what you do to me. The highest highs, the lowest lows. You take me to every extreme. Can't get enough. Please let me be. But I love what you do to me. and then you touch. I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch. I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. Oh, I love what you do to me. I'm the clock, second hand, that make the whole round. Why you still stand on the minute hand? Push away, 'cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on scale, hold
Hey, everybody! I got Charmer back. It, that way.
And you can
Yeah,
hear
that
me.
one. Yeah, it's much better than it was a second ago where I
Could
couldn't
not.
hear him. So I will be doing this one solo. So let's rejoice in the fact that you don't have to just listen to me. But looks like coming up for everybody's viewing pleasure, our specifically ours, but also, we're making sure we're giving the people what they want. We're going to have Reinar versus Gravy Bones, two players and two heroes we have yet to cover or yet to see on stream. We've done a really good job on variety this time. That feels good. I like
Yeah.
that.
I was planning on mentioning it today when I actually got back on the broadcast, and then obviously the technical issues really threw me off. But yesterday I was very happy with the variety that we got to see on the broadcast, even through the draft rounds, because I realized last night that the draft rounds we got to see the true triangle, right? Round one of the draft, we saw an Ocilio beat an Aurora. Round two, we saw a Ziggy beat an Ocilio, and then round three, we saw Aurora beat Ziggy. So we had the
Yep.
perfect rock paper scissors triangle experience for the limited portion. You can't get any better than that.
So far, no repeat heroes. The
Yeah.
perfect draft triangle. I feel good about all of this.
And I feel great about the fact that you can see me now. And I don't feel great for you over the fact that you can hear me now, but also for the people at home,
better than me talking to
yesterday,
myself.
one of our competitors was wearing a baby metal shirt, so I decided to do the same today. I was inspired.
Yeah. So here we're gonna have Niels Hauk versus Bino Nolting. Now we have seen Bino play in limited,
In limited, yes.
but this will be the first time in constructed watching uh the pirate necromancer Gravy Bones, named after dog treats, which is still okay. And versus the original brute in Reinar, the reckless rampage.
All right. Well, looks like they're getting ready to get started, so I'm gonna throw us down to the table here.
We're watching for the weapon. We're always watching for the weapon. What's the weapon? Probably
Well,
BX.
I was gonna say I see these beautiful sleeves, by the way, and I'm a big fan because I do the same thing of, you do your deck in one. In this case, it's the Findall's tunic sleeves. I have a Phidia for the other. I personally use the tunic sleeves for my equipment, and then I use the crown sleeves for my decks often.
Yeah, I use tunic sleeves for equipment almost exclusively, and then Dragon Shield 25th anniversary sleeves for the silver and black ones for my decks most of the time, because they're the only ones that are consistently cut when it comes to Dragon Shield, so I can mix boxes and they don't feel like they're just off.
That's it's funny you mentioned that. I don't know if it's just because they made some changes on their end, but I have noticed lately there's been just across the board a more consistent cut. Like, I bought whatever the newest wave of the dual mats were, and I bought like 3 different boxes for different decks, and when I was sleeving them up, I could not tell which sleeves came from which boxes, and I was pleasantly surprised. So
that's good, at least. So
hold out hope that perhaps whatever they did for the 25th or 250th or 2500th, whatever, that it carries through.
So Ravenous Meat Axe is the choice here.
Yes, it is
as
a meat
I
axe.
figured it would be. I'm just going to leave the graphic of the Meat Axe up the entire time. We're putting in the Goodest Boy, getting Scoob out here. And here comes the Gravy Bones thing where they just sort of just kind of jack it for a minute, I guess.
No, they are not wearing the jacket. They are wearing dead threads.
It is Dead Threads.
Yeah.
And
But
a gold baited hook.
I think Bino is just trying to decide what what to do here, because when we do get to Nils' turn, Nils is going to say, hey, Beano, meet Axe.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's my favorite part about the meet Axe, because then when you swing it, you say, Axe, meet Beano. Beano, meet Axe.
Bino, we're going to ask you a question.
So, jokes aside, Nils, solid turn 0 opener. Obviously,
Oh,
Beano,
a wild ride too?
yeah, Beano was trying to, prevent as little cycling as possible, did develop the scuba, did not go into a swing arsenal. And then on Nils' side, we had the agile wind up plus the wild ride all ready to go. So this should be a pretty wide turn unless Nils decides to arsenal something.
Well, I mean, no, because I think we're going to wild ride into Medax.
I mean, I do think that's the case.
Oh,
But
no,
no,
we're just gonna Medax.
like I said, there is always that opportunity that you do just decide to arsenal something, and that is the case. Doesn't want to go all in early.
That is a dead dog.
Now, I believe Beano got the sunken trigger there. That's why the second gold is available.
Yep. Got the sunken trigger, turning the send packing, or turning the agile wind up face down. We're calling to the grave. Probably, yep. Thinking it's a chum.
And this might be exactly why Nils had decided to
Arsenal the wild ride?
Arsenal the wild ride. Absolutely. I think that in other matchups you would say face is the place, let's race, but here you know that you're going to have certain allies that you kind of have to prioritize clearing, making sure that you have enough cards to do so and then still generate pressure, or if they go multiple allies, having access to those go again options to continue to clear them, I think is important. And so the wild ride going to the arsenal does make sense, and that's going to be the lead off here.
What would you like? Looks like it's the middle one anyway.
Yep.
Get rid of the sea legs. We'll get an intimidate. Get a gold kiss rum. It's like we're intimidating numero dos. And 6 heading to the face of Chum, the friendly first mate. And then, we're just going to come in for another 6 because reasons.
And this is, again, solid turn from Nils. Going to have a card to arsenal if Nils so wishes. I would expect that to be the outcome, but by saving that wild ride and being patient, you ensure that the allies are gone. And I suspect that the pace of this game is going to be very similar to this throughout. This is, I like to joke about playing against ally classes and how much I dislike it, but this is also what is necessary, right? Like, whether you love it, whether you hate it, unless you are a class where you think, hey, I can just absolutely annihilate them before they get online, right? Maybe it's a Katsu player like we just saw in the last round where you can go 9 wide. Okay, you might just be able to push all the damage forward, but most of the time your play pattern is going to be take the weapons away from my opponent. But this is a change of pace because there's no allies out there and we get the Blood Rush Bellows. I expect this to be a lot of damage.
Yep, and there's no ally to clear, so we're just going to go ahead and give them the business. Now, I don't know if we have any go again sources. We do have a Gold Kiss Rum, which is important here.
Yeah, I was trying to take a look at what was picked up from the draw of the Blood Rush there.
Okay, an aggressive pounce, so we do have go again here.
Depending on what else is in the hand as well, there is also beaten trackers to gain an action point.
There is. You kind of want to make sure you get your block value out of the trackers before you blow for an action point, but at the same time, sometimes you just get them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where in this matchup, again, you probably save it not just for getting the value out of the block, but also in those hands where you either need to clear an ally or multiple allies. If you don't have access to go again, it can be a bit of a bailout for you. It's just always tempting when you have, Blood Rush online. Well, hello.
Hmm. Okay. Take some damage. We're just gonna punch you in the face. And you can have your hand back. Surprised that they didn't blow the balance of justice there, but maybe thinking the next blood rush turn. Okay, now we're rumming. Now we're gonna try to go a little bit wider since
Again, no
Bino
allies.
did nothing. Yeah,
Yeah.
with a Savage Feast, which we're gonna draw a card off the Savage Feast. I'm pretty sure it's a guarantee. Yeah, that one. Hey, look, it's a 6. Nope, reroll. We need to get Niles
Some
some
D4s.
yeah,
Yeah.
some brute dice. Brute dice are important. There is an agile windup in hand too. So if he wants to intimidate again, we can. An Untersunken. So sink below, sinking. We are going to take 2.
Yeah. Some might even say
Drop
that
to 33.
Bino has a sinking feeling about the way this turn might go.
We didn't have to do that.
We did. Pulp.
Pulping! Always a good time. Odd even. Odd. Hey, look, everybody, it's a 6. That one. And now Pulping's going to have go again.
And there is still the one resource floating.
I mean, if nothing else, we can always send a meat axe.
Right. That was
Oof, never
kind
feels
of
good.
what I was alluding to, just because with one resource floating, even if that's a red left, you'll have enough. And
Yep.
it turns out that's
Draw,
exactly what
discard,
is
and
happening.
draw off Beast
Whoa!
Within. Sometimes it just comes up Millhouse.
Yeah, okay. So the Beast Within means you're going to end with a card in Arsenal in all likelihood here as well.
And come in for 5. That's as good as it gets right there. Just,
Yeah.
oh, hey, Beast Within. Neat.
So big turn from Nils. This is exactly what you want from getting your opponent to pass without playing allies. Obviously, I think Bino was trying to set up for the C and C, yuck, 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 the big boat play, but Bino was forced to block with that. That's probably going to alter the course of this turn. It's going to be Prismatic to start, and then a Tipple.
Yep, and blue Tipple for, well, Tipple, only legal Tipple for 4.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't clarify the color.
That's fair. Putting a Sawbones in the bin. Take a look at the hand here. There are beaten trackers to use. We can flesh bag them and sort of spike their turn with the flesh bag. Nope, we're just going to take it.
Yeah, I think if Nils likes the hand, this could be a situation where you still just kind of accept what's happening, because despite the Prismatic being the play, you already ripped 2 cards from Bino's hand. Assuming this is going to be attack and then Arsenal, you really just... Oh, okay. So...
I mean, we just have the ability to block this. So that makes it so that, they don't get the extra gold off the hook. You still have your turn. Beaten trackers is now a full option. Even though, I mean, you still have one block on it, but you're not losing all the value. Whatever happened to scab skins? Oh, we'll just play sand sketch plans. Is this one where you go get a wild ride?
Yeah, I was just thinking this might be a situation where I think Wild Ride makes sense. You want to clear the sawbones. You also would like to continue the pressure. You've got a health lead. The sooner that you can force Beano into like guaranteed blocking state. So even though Beano has already taken a healthy amount of damage, I would say that Beano still has one good turn of like, I can face tank this to set up. And if you can just eliminate that as an option from Beano, it makes an awful lot of sense to push to that.
Well, that's going to get the intimidate. And so intimidate the first one. Okay. So we have pseudo demonic tutored. And I can't see exactly what he grabbed. We do have 2 action points though. It's a good start.
Yeah, this is what was peeled from the beast within. Now, I was just about
Down
to
to
say
1 action
no
point.
go again, so that will be one of the action points. And based on the placement, I think this is just going face. I don't think that this is targeting the sawbones.
Well, because you want the sawbones to be, you were trying to bait Beano into using the
Right,
sawbones.
right.
And then throw a meat axe at the face because it doesn't kill the bones. We'll int him again. 1, 2. And then send 5. And there's just a tipple and a whaler to block with, which whaler doesn't block at all. So we're going to hook him and take some emotional damage.
So overall,
Yep.
just a good pressuring turn from Nils.
I
Decided
mean, sometimes
to
you get them for
ignore
10.
Yeah, ignore the sawbones directly, but I don't hate it because now, you know, before I was saying, you know, is that enough health where if they wanted to, they could just face tank a turn to do more setup? I don't think that's the case any longer. So this is like the last full hand turn that I would expect Beano to have going forward. Now, with 3 gold out there, there's a lot of opportunities in the future for Beano to potentially kind of gold cycle and get back up. Now up to 4 gold, as I just said 3 off of the tipple. But yeah, this is kind of like a last window of opportunity, a final flurry of whatever Beano can do to get set up, and then hope that it's enough to start clawing back into this.
I think desperately need a chum at the moment is the biggest portion. Hey, what do you know? And because a chum is going to be able to, it's if there's a turn that goes wide at all, the chum's going to be able to tank a hit. And that's very, very important.
Yeah, unlike illusionists where perhaps you're trying to stack ward, your allies can't traditionally soak for you, but if you can get something like a chum out in, you know, conjunction with the sawbones here, you can kind of build your own ward at home.
Yeah, building ward at home is good. So saltwater swell for 1. Gonna take it. You're giving up a gold here. Could have just blocked with trackers. Why doesn't anybody just play with good old fashioned? I mean, I guess
So
Eugene does,
I'm
but scab skins, baby.
I was just gonna say, am I misunderstanding something? I thought trackers only had the 1 armor as opposed to
Is it just
scabs.
one? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of. We should just be playing
scab skins.
scab skins at all points in time. Big Dink is the play here. We've made a decision.
Yeah. So I think I think I'm down with this plan from Bino. By playing the Humperdinck instead of the Chum, you're basically, well, and we're going to play the
Well,
Chum.
you're
Even,
playing both.
even better. So, but by playing the Humperdinck just at all, you're kind of saying, okay, you either have to go into this or I'm going to start kind of counter racing you for a large amount of damage. The Chum and the Sawbones also help with the redirection. It's going to make this race a little bit harder, but this is exactly what Bino needed to do. Like I said, this was kind of the final opportunity for setup, or else you were going to go into every other turn without a full hand.
So this is the psychopath version of the show where we're playing Eye of Ophidia in, Brute.
I mean, it's a very
And
pretty Eye of Ophidia.
it is. I've never seen a more cracked Eye of Ophidia in my life. And this is an assault and battery coming in. We have a judge call. I'm going to guess it'll be a fairly quick one. I think this is a yellow assault and battery from what the pitch looks
Yeah,
like.
it is.
So we're going to try to beat chess to make an agility token. We're sending 6 into the Chum. There is a Sawbones.
Kind of doing my best to see if I could read the lips, but then I realized they're probably speaking in German, and that's why it's not making sense. So,
Yep, they're looking to see what happens first on beat chest or opt. So
yeah, I believe it should be the opt first.
yes, it should be I first, but we will see. Oh, we've been taken away from the judge call.
We have been ceremoniously removed.
We have, but at least it's ceremoniously. I love ceremony.
All right, well, I'll just, I guess, bring it back to us while we wait. I'll keep an eye on things, and when the feed returns,
please do.
We'll hop back over. But yeah, I believe it should be that the opt occurs first because the
Eye of Ophidia is when pitched.
Yep.
So, yep. And the assault and battery beat chest is when this attacks. So you have to pay the cost to attack with beat chest first, and that would trigger the Eye of Ophidia. So you should be opting first.
Now
I will have Eye of Ophidia popped up.
I think
when we come back.
I think one of the other things that might be a discussion, although it's a really straightforward interaction, so I don't know why, but perhaps it's a combination of like, when do you get to react to the various abilities? Because Chum obviously has that instant ability of forcing attacks, right? And if there is a trigger before you are choosing targets for the card that you're playing, perhaps there is an opportunity for Bino to force something to attack Chum.
There is not.
Well, I'm just saying that might be what the judge call is, right? They might be saying, like, am I allowed to react to the Eye of Ophidia pitching? Am I allowed to react to the beat chest, etc.? And then,
sure.
Again, with Chum, because the idea is when you have Chum and you have the Sawbones up, you create the scenario where you could force something that's just 6 into the Chum and then prevent 1 damage with the Sawbones so that they have to send 2 attacks into Chum, theoretically.
Yep.
So maybe that's what they're working out. I don't know. We don't know for sure, but.
And the reason it matters here is, I'm pretty sure, is because we're going to see Niels discarding a Beast Within. So we will have to see if that's the case. But in which case, our resident brute expert, El Dorte, is saying the beat chest is an additional cost, so that should be first. And then there will be a time extension for this match. I don't think it's particularly needed, but just in case. All right, we're back. So we can send it back down. Looks like they did a whole lot of resolution in that time.
Yeah, and based on the fact that I see Sawbones At least
Tapped
some
means
damage
Chum
was prevented.
Chum didn't die is basically what it boils
Yeah,
down to.
it's just interesting. That means that Nils was already choosing the Chum.
Yeah, it looked like Nils was attacking the Chum. It was how it was presented.
All right, well, we have the third tipple, I believe, now coming.
This is the last of the tippling.
Stack of gold set up for Beano.
So much gold. And I did, there's a discard down there. So we did make another gold. How much gold is too much gold?
Whatever amount of gold Victor is doing.
Oh, yep. That's a good answer. We are going to intimidate with Scowling Flesh Bag and cover up the tipple. We're going to compass. Looks like left a red in hand. It's a little awkward. So we're going to get rid of a gold to draw a discard, looks like. Close the chain up.
Yeah, this is some of that gold cycling that I was talking about, where you're trying to kind of
And
make up for the fact.
Send the dink.
The dink is trying to dunk. 11.
11 of them. How much do you want to dink? We'll just take the 11. Full dinking. There is an agility token involved here. I believe there's also a blood rush bellow involved here.
Yeah, I see the agility. I see the blood rush. There's also beaten tracker still available. There is a chance that Nils was gonna say, unless it kills me, send the bill, because there's also the beast within in hand as well. This hand is stacked.
There's a pretty good hand here, not gonna lie. Is that a beast? And that might not be a blood rush, actually.
No, I thought I saw one.
I think that's a massacre, yeah, or something along those lines. All right, let me read this thing again. How annoying is it? I need to send 7. Yep, okay.
Well,
I mean, send it upstairs.
No blood rush. Okay, so the silly art is just so similar sometimes.
I think we just go upstairs here. Or not. So the first attack here is going to have go again from the agility token. That much we know. We're going to send a meat axe. Are we sending that up? We're sending that upstairs. We're going face meat axe.
Yeah, I don't hate this. Maybe you're trying to trigger the beast within, give yourself some more options. Hey!
We did it, Reddit. Aw. We're drawing 2 cards. And one of them's a sand sketched. I guess we don't draw the sand sketch off Beast Within. I've been a long time since I played Brute.
Yeah, because it doesn't have value, right?
Because it does have 6 power, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have a pulping in hand. So we're sinking. Choosing whether or not to sink. I think that Beano really wants cards that block.
I mean, once you have allies set up like this, I think that you do want to prioritize blues and cards that block, because you just want to make as much value from the hand as possible, and then, you know, rinse and repeat and send attacks. And it does look like, I think I saw another defense reaction in the hand as well. So this could be ideal for Beano.
We do have a Chum activation. Pulping is not going to clear the Chum. due to the Sawbones. So this might be a thing where you just have to send 7 at Chum. We can reduce some costs here, though. And gauntlets, so we can make this pulping a 7.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure that the tyrannical Rex gauntlets do allow you to give the +1.
There's the trigger from the pulping, so wouldn't have mattered. Dominate, but the go again is what matters here. Yep, and Chum down, and now we can do other things. That is other things. So that's a splatter skull.
Yep, this is a card that I thought was Blood Rush because of the art when it's
similar
tilted down.
art.
It's very similar, but
so splatter skull is going to be 6 damage. However, it has text. So it's going to hit a hero. It's going to choose a face down card in their banished zone that was banished by Intimidate and go straight into their yard. So we're going to run the risk of something that's intimidated going bye-bye. Not much you can do here. Also, 6 is a number. It's also going to prevent Whaler from swinging, most likely.
Yeah,
or potentially.
I was gonna say that's, I think, the real important piece here. So,
ooh, not the one you wanted to send to the graveyard.
I mean, yeah, it's less than ideal, but as you had pointed out, I do think this turns off Humperdinck, which is a bit of a relief. If you're Nils.
I mean, we could try to gold cycle into it.
I mean, I think
that's what we're gonna do.
I think that's the only option here, really.
I mean, Whaler's the game plan for sure. Send a swell, pitch a nope, not pitching anything.
Oof,
just a swell. That's does not feel good.
Yeah, especially with that being a blue swell, because that plus your other card was enough to Whaler, and now you're kind of back to square one.
It's like we're playing an Oyston. And just saying, yep, okay. We can send a Sawbones. We can send the Oyston. Yeah, we'll send the Sawbones. Better damage. And Nils is going to shrug on that one and say, yep, okay. This is probably going to be your beaten tracker's turn. And with your opponent at 8. And I'm figuring this entire turn is going to be to the face.
Starting with the meat axe, I think is kind of signaling beaten trackers will be the activation. And there it is.
Yep, there it goes. So we'll get an action point back here. Coming in for 5 with a refund. Looking at a hand that's still reasonable amounts of damage. We take a look with Compass.
I mean, the biggest thing working in your favor is that because of the Intimidate, you're limiting the ability for Beano to block here. So there is certainly...
Well, we're covering up with blood in the water. So
yeah, there's a window of opportunity where this could have been enough to push through. The problem is this cover is kind of not the way you wanted things to start. You need to be in a position where, if I'm being honest, you either have to clear the Whaler or you have to make it so Beano does not have cards left in hand. And because you intimidated, there's like a guaranteed 1 card coming back, but you don't want them to be in a position where they can gold cycle and then send Whaler.
An aggressive pounce. So we have a Savage Feast. I believe it's a Buck Wild left in hand. And this 6 is meaningful.
Yeah. The last thing you want to do is be down to 2 damage against a brute.
Yeah.
I mean,
Never
I know it
feels
sounds
great.
silly, but as somebody who's lost plenty of games that way.
I've lost games of limited to Reckless Swing.
Even when it's just a one of. It's like it always gets me.
So we're going to prevent 1, take 5, go to 3. So we're not dead to Reckless Swing. It's like we're checking the yard real quick.
2 cards still in the hand for Nils.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what the thought process is.
I don't know. Which I think the just which card to Arsenal, really. And the Arsenal wound up being the Buck Wild. There's another Buck Wild. But I think I see a Wild Ride, which is crucially important here. There is a Sawbones that Bino can develop that would make it so that I'm looking at the context of the hand with an Eye of Ophidia. I think we're just swinging Whaler.
Yeah, I was going to say this feels like it's still just Whaler.
The real question here is, do we just go to 1?
I think it'll depend on the hand state. There is also the baited hook.
Yeah, I don't know that you're really that concerned about the gold. You're much more concerned
About dying. Yeah, that's usually the
about
way that it
dying.
goes. I think it's one of those considerations where if your hand's not great, this could just be like a blockout and reset. That's less than ideal because then you should expect more pressure back. But also when you do commit to, you know, whatever your hand is going to be when you go down to that, you know, one
Yeah, we're
zone,
going to 1.
you've got to feel confident enough that you can push through. And so ultimately Nils says, all right, I mean, we saw the head shake. It's certainly not like a confident, okay, I'm going to 1, but we're going to let it ride.
We have tear limb from limb. It's a good start. I think, like I said, there's a Wild Ride in hand, so there's a 33% chance we lose the Wild Ride.
That was
It's the
not
Buck
it.
Wild.
That
That
was
is
the
not the
Buck
Wild
Wild.
Ride.
Intimidate
And
back.
then Intimidate back. Yep. And that is a Wild Ride. So I think it's a Wild Ride and a Swing Big.
Well,
So we're going to, I think we're going to consider here what our choices are. He does have a Sawbones, so he can make this very, very awkward.
yeah. I think one of the considerations at the moment is also, so it's, you know, equipment that's left. There is the Sawbones, there's the cards in hand. If you're only going to send 1 attack, you want it to be as tall as possible. And there was a moment where Nils was about to pitch the Wild Ride, which would signal that maybe they were also going to activate Gauntlets because you want the card in the pitch. But no, it's looking...
We're swinging big. It's for a very big number.
Yeah, looking like we're just going to send 16. Send the bill.
I mean, that's a big
Oh,
bill.
it was a red Wild Ride. That's why. Okay.
Yep. The thought process on sending the wild ride would be, I mean, ever in that case, would be you send the wild ride hoping to draw and discard a, anything blue, but or sorry, that doesn't actually do anything. This is your best damage by far.
Yeah, this is easily the most that you can present.
When your opponent's at 3, sending 16 and leaving them with 3 cards in hand, 6, 10, 11, 12. I think he only has 12 block. At 13 prevention with the Sawbones is exacties. I think this is exacties. Could be wrong, but I'm by my quick count, if I had the hand right. I'm not sure I have the hand right though.
Yeah, I mean, Dead Thread's blocked for 1. Sawbones covers 1.
Base of the mountain.
I believe in this instance is still just 1.
I think so. So you have 1, 2, 3, and then your
Well,
hand
I mean,
would have to
assuming
be
that it's
10.
assuming that it's 3 action cards, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if it's 3 action cards and they're all 3 blocks, I know that's very unlikely, but let's just hypothetically 3 action cards that are 3 blocks would be 3, 6, 9. Base would be 12. Dead Threads would be 13. Sawbones would be 14. So you theoretically could get there. Oh, and the
So we
deer
are
yeah, okay.
Oh, and oof. So we are able to cover it all up.
And then with the 1 card intimidated, as long as it's not a red, you can at least try.
Well, you have a quicken token if you cover this all up.
Well, that too, but I just mean in general, you can also try to gold cycle as long as it's not a red, and then get your way into Humperdinck. This is huge for Beano.
Yep.
I thought
mean,
16 was like going to be it, but I was starting to do the math with the base, and I was like, well, if you have enough actions, that's actually a lot of value.
It is, and you theoretically will be able to send.
And it is a blue here, so we're going to start the gold cycle.
Looking for blues. Oh, a chum. Cycle 1 more gold. What do we get?
Well,
I know sometimes we say the quicken rarely matters. The quicken really does matter sometimes.
yeah, and this is a case where it does, but I was going to say I also do feel like if there was a blue that was found, this would have been a snap send Humperdinck. So clearly Beano did not get there. What a crazy sequence. We got Nils going down to 1 to send 16. It gets covered, and then Beano with the gold cycling whiffs. And ultimately only can send the Sawbone. And now it's back to Nils.
Yep, and here we're going to have Wild Ride pitching a Buck Wild and intimidating the hand. Let's see if he can punch 3 through. I'm going to guess no.
Well,
no.
No. That I was gonna say theoretically, if it's like just a bunch of allies and you intimidate the the one
block card,
yeah. Because Sawbones and Dead Threads only cover 2 by themselves, so there is theoretically a world.
The problem is that he's gonna Beano should be able to cover this, and upon covering this, would then be able to send the Humperdinck. I think. There's no gold right now.
Yeah, there is no gold.
They do have a 5-minute time extension on this round, just so we're aware that as you watch the clock start to tick down a little bit.
All right,
Yeah.
so looking, we got a sunken.
Mm-hmm.
He's going so fast, and the glare makes it a little hard to see in the one card because it's a little bit dark, but
We did make a gold here off the Sunken Treasure. Cover that one up. Get your hand back. I see 2 blues. Send 11. Oof.
oh, and of course
think we're
that's when Nils
I
has
think
the
we're blocking Blood Rush.
yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
and
it
that's
was a
it. Yeah,
pulping.
369 and a pulping. Oh no. So
Oh,
close. That tear limb from limb was so close to being enough. And Beano Nolting with just the right hand to make sure that that doesn't kill him, and able to present back with the biggest of dinks.
yeah.
Great finish to a great game.
I
Congratulations, Beano Nolting.
want to give credit where credit's due. Bino very clearly understood the assignment. Like I said, when Bino went to 15, that was the window of opportunity you had to establish, because from that point on, you needed to be able to work with, smaller hand sizes. Bino was able to successfully do that, got the Chum, Sawbones, and the Humperdinck live. Humperdinck was crucial to coming back. There is a lot to be said about I think the untimely hands for Nils. I do like what Nils was trying to do there, pressuring at the end. Ultimately, like I said, there was that tough decision of, if you go to 1, you have to be confident your hand will get there. I think most people would feel okay with sending 16 knowing that you have an Intimidate as well, but covered it up.
He did, and that does put Bino to what looks to be the magic number of 7 points. It looks like there might be a 7-pointer that misses, but I'm not positive in that case. But looking at the standings as of current, you have 7 points going to 4th right now, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 6-pointers, one of them gone, obviously. So we're gonna have a bunch of win and ins, is what this looks
Yeah.
like going into the final round of Swiss, which is, we will be showing you one of those win and ins, because those are often the most tense and most interesting matches. So as soon as we have pairings and we know where the win and ins lie, if there are any in this case, and I believe there will be, then we will be showing you that match or one of those matches. Until then, looks like we have about says 13 minutes up to round 10. After round 10, we will be getting ready to start our top 8. So looking forward to that. What a great match. Like, 2 interesting matches to start the day. A ninja versus ninja sort of, 2 ships passing in the night type of match, where Katsu just got to do Katsu things. And this past one, what a great match. That felt really good to watch.
Yeah, I hate to say it because it's an ally class, but I enjoyed the back and forth. You got to see, I think both decks do what they want to do. A lot of Intimidate from the Rhinar player. You get the allies established, and then you use that to kind of come from behind. I think that, again, I jokingly like to trash talk the ally classes, but the reality is they do provide a very interesting gameplay pattern for Flesh and Blood, just because Flesh and Blood is normally degenerative in its design. You start kind of at your strongest, and then you get weaker as the game goes. Ally classes buck that trend because you're trying to build a board at the expense of your health, and then use that board to stabilize and then generate value, where essentially, even when you go down cards, because the cards on the board are in many ways kind of extending your hand, you can come back. And that's exactly what we saw with Bino. Took a lot of damage early, but used that to set up the allies, and then used those allies to continue to pressure. It is exactly the way you would draw it up for both players. A very tight game. You love to see it. Also, just really excited for going forward. As you were saying, it's going to be win and ends, which theoretically means between next round being a win and in, and then top 8 after, we're in the elimination rounds already.
Now.
Right?
Yeah, now.
So everything from here on out is going to be people playing for their tournament life. A lot on the line. I'm looking forward to it.
It's the way you want it. It's everything you want. So we're going to take a break and be back in about 10 minutes or so with the final round of Swiss. And then after that, we'll have our top 8. So stick around. We'll be right back.
I did it all, I played pretend, I moved the mountains to be your friend. I wanna know if it mattered. I would have gone to war for you, I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed, I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go, no I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when
beaming down for all to see. Then switch it up and treat me right. You promise sun, but you bring rain. I still love what you do to me. The highest highs, the lowest lows. You take me to every extreme. Can't get enough, please let me be. But I love what you do to me. The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch, I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch, I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. I love what you do to me.
I'm the clock, second hand, that make the whole round. Why you still stand on the minute hand? Push away, 'cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on a scale, hope for the other side to fail. When the night was enough to talk away the haze of the day. On another day, unconditionally enter the room. Oh, your eyes. Yeah, I don't wanna be the one that you wanted. I don't wanna be the one, just the one. Yeah, I don't wanna be the one that you want.
Well, hello.
Hello.
We got a spicy one.
Yeah, we do. We do.
We're going to
we
be
do.
looking. We're going to be looking at a winning in table with Ira
Mm-hmm.
Crimson Revenger, I believe is the name of the full hero. I guess I don't know. Versus Arachne Huntsman.
Yeah. Good old Christopher Bezow, who we got to see earlier in the broadcast during the limited portion Hopefully getting this winning in to feast upon some victors. But unfortunately, it does have to go through Ricardo Ordonez in order to get there.
On Ira, the OG of OGs, as it were. I'm excited. I guess we haven't watched either of these heroes either. So the Scarlet Revenger versus the Huntsman. Let's cook, right? Like that's what the kids say is let's
Yeah.
cook.
So
Okay, well let's
this
cook.
will be interesting just because I think there are several ways that you can build Ira, and I'm always curious the way that folks prefer to approach it. You can still try to do the traditional go wide ninja stuff and just rely on the additional attack power granted by her text and just say, hey, I'm gonna do Kadachi stuff, I'm gonna go wide, I'm gonna threaten mask every turn, make math difficult for you. You can also go obviously with the kind of 1+7 build is what I like to call it, where you're just running the sword instead of the Kadachis. You are trying to block with 2 cards, usually some form of defense reactions. You've got all the basic ones, plus you get flick flack and so forth, and then your turn is like pitch a blue, send 1 and then send a 2 for 6 that's now a 2 for 7, and the awkward breakpoints hopefully just catch up over time. And then there's also, the way that the Armory deck was kind of trying to push people as well with the sword, where it's like a mix of the two. And then there's good old fashioned like fatigue Ira as well. This is going to be interesting. I do think that Huntsman has a good matchup into all of them except for the turbo go wide option. I think that one is the one you have the hardest time against if they have a hot start. Basically, you want to avoid being Kadachi locked. So waiting to see what the weapons are here for Ricardo, and that will at least give us our first insight into what Christopher has to do to navigate this.
So tell me about the gloves on Christopher's side. What are we staring at here?
So the gloves are part of the new set that was given.
We be edging. Okay.
Yeah. So it is Edge of Autumn. That's
so
already,
back to the gloves,
I think, a good start for Christopher. But yeah, so the gloves here, there's actually a full body set, but the gloves are typically the weakest spot for Huntsman, so it makes sense that you run it there. They start the game with just a -1 armor counter on them, and then they break when you use them because they have the temper. But if they're equipped any place that's like not the start of the game, essentially, so when you buy it back with silver specifically, you can buy it back with 2 silver. Then it comes back with 2 armor. So you run these gloves as a way to sacrifice them early and then buy them back the same way you would with, mask or black tech. But this is where if you are trying to block out often, it just gives you a source of 2 block over and over again, which is rather nice. In the past, a lot of times you only really cared about buying back your mask more than anything because it represented additional banishes, but the gloves allow you to transition even harder into the fatigue game plan, which I do think is where Huntsman currently excels.
Okay. Well, we do be edging here, and so we're just going to send 1 go again. So this might be the 1/7 build as we talked about.
Yeah, it does look like that's going to be the case.
Oh, or we're full Tiger. Or full Vengeance, I should say.
I was just about to say, unless this next card is a Vengeance thing. So this is kind of what I was alluding to with where the Armory deck was pushing things, right? You've got the Vengeance line. You absolutely still you still can transition into the 1/7 game plan, but the Vengeance cards also allow you to go wide at some points. Now, this is already a great start for Christopher.
Oh, yep. Hunter or
Oh.
hunted, you say? Oh, no.
I don't know if there's a better possible hit for this. I'm being entirely honest, just like full stop. Hit a Sirens.
Oh man, yeah. How much value do you want?
All of it.
All of it? All of it?
So the
I
reason
think
that
we're
this
looking
is
for all of it.
massive is one, Sirens in terms of just like raw numerical value is one of the best cards in the deck for Ira. It doesn't do anything flashy in terms of on hits, but just in sheer numbers, it does a lot for you. But on top of that, getting this hit early and giving you the cushion of 3 silver without having to rely on any of your contracts hitting does mean you're going to have your choice of which equipment to buy back early. Now, we're going to learn a lot about how Christopher navigates this deck when the equipment starts being used for blocking, because a lot of times the equipment you want to buy back is the ones you block with early first. So if we see a block with mask, for example, that might be trying to set up a situation where you pop the mask to get it back and then start really ramping up the banishes. If we see the gloves used, it could just represent wanting to get some additional defense early on and then maybe transition to mask later. But this is already a great start for Christopher.
So we're taking a little damage here, but I'm okay.
Yeah, it should just be one more. And then
some amnesia. Don't want to forget who we are.
Yeah, don't want to forget. But also, this is pretty standard. The reality is with Huntsman, 90% of your turns are going to be like 1 card hands when it comes back to your offense. You want your 0 for 4s with contract. Even if you don't get the silver is a nice to have. You just want to either force 2 cards out of hand, or if they block with 1 and with the awkward breakpoint you get a banish, then you're fine with that as well. But you just want to prevent as much damage as possible and then continue to ship these 0 for 4s. Again, when you have your tunic up, then that's when you're going to want to ship your 1 for 5s. There's the usual inclusion of the new one from Compendium along with Armed. Those are the 2 1 for 5s that are most commonly included. Some variants or some people will also run Death Touch that they try to arsenal and send if they just want more offense, but I'm personally less of a fan of those because it does not block for 3. Does get a banish and gets another silver, so already 2 buybacks stored for Christopher.
Yep, we got to plunder the poor here. I think we just block with a... Oh, no, okay. We had a Fiddlers in hand, it looked like. We might get the 1 card block there. This is going to be a Seek Vengeance of 4/3 go again.
Yeah, just based on Christopher's hand, there's not really a good block for that other than the Fiddlers, and I don't know that you wanted to use that right away. Again, the only other thing that I would have considered there if I was Christopher, specifically with 2 buybacks stored up, was using one of the equipment somewhere. And of course, I was talking about the edge, but now we're going to see that here. So you could have done this either or. This is fine. This also, again, like I said, tells us what Christopher's plan is. So it's going to be favoring the armor of the gloves coming back. Oh, or not. Or we're just going to throw all of them in and then kind of get 2 of them back.
The hand is Sigil of Solace Remembrance on Chris's side. So weakest link, kind of good if it hits. Understandable. So we Blade Break the arms. We gain the life off Fiddler's Green. We have black text and we buy back the arms. Black text and mask with counters on them. And our hand is, we are going to send a Nerve Scalpel.
Yeah, and then I would expect this Sigil to go to the arsenal just to try to bait CNCs and things like that for no value.
Yep, that is a thing that you see kind of frequently, honestly. Yep, and there it goes.
Oh boy. Now that is potentially a juicy hand. So this is one of those situations where it's very rare that you see no blocks out of a Huntsman, but Unless this is an incredible turn, I might consider it here. Oh, might just be blocking with the coercive. Okay. Gonna block with the coercive and gatekeeping.
Gravekeeping, but close enough.
Gatekeeping your stuff from your... That's my own personal nickname for it. My apologies. I like to say that I'm gatekeeping the allies.
I mean, you have a lot of ways to do that now.
Yeah.
Seems like we're just content to send weapon.
Yeah, that's definitely the game plan with the way that went. So the only other thing that could have been considered there was, instead of blocking with the coercive, you could have still popped to this sigil and then just arsenaled the coercive and try to set up a go wide turn later, but
Or, have codex.
Surgical, yeah.
2 codexes, I should say. Coda C, is that correct?
All my codexes live in Texas.
Yep.
All right, so pitch 1, and I'm fine with that. The other one you're probably going to get some value from here, though. So I think the sigil is not long.
Well, we're going to go to 36. I think that's going to happen here relatively soon.
And there's
we have just the Nick, a leave to witnesses.
Yeah, so it's interesting because this is actually kind of an awkward hand to use the codex this turn. So we actually might see a situation.
I think we're arsenaling the codex.
Yeah, it's going to be send the leave no witnesses, probably use the sigil after blocks. You don't want to do it beforehand because you don't want to give up information. You want them to sweat and potentially overblock. Not that Ricardo is going to fall for it, but it's still proper play. Arsenal the codex and then try to go to this next turn, and then you just have more flexibility this way, because even if not a lot of damage is sent your way and you can't get rid of the Justinic, you do have the potential to bring something back with the codex that is targetable from the Justinic. We did see things like Double Trouble. There was a blue one in here probably for plays just like that, but it also would not surprise me if we see that Justinic used as a block here. And it looks like the 3rd codex
that's getting sunk.
Yeah, got picked up there. So
just double checking that's the 3rd codex.
Yep.
Yeah, it sure is. All right. Looks like we have a shred.
Yeah, it should be shred and Art of Body Mind.
And we lose our codex.
Yep, I think that might have just been a forget that the +1 was there, because
I think so.
Otherwise, I don't understand what that was. So that might have just been a mental error. It happens, especially after these long events.
They're playing very fast. I don't know that they need to. Send a CNC.
I think Christopher's probably used to playing pretty fast because, again, you're on the fatigue game plan here. You're not winning with damage, but
representing a pummel. And sending 7. So a 3-card block here might be in store. Or, just the classic Oasis hit.
Yep. Oasis is a card that I'm a huge fan of in Huntsman, especially when you're running the Tunic variants, just because sometimes it's free and you don't even need to pitch, but in other cases where you have clunky hands, pitching a red to just recycle through can be really beneficial because, like I said, a lot of your turns are just send a 0 for 4. So anything that's left over in your hand isn't as relevant. And
Did we
we are going
sack
to
him
shred
here?
the sink. Okay.
We're sacking the shifty here, if I'm correct.
Yeah. Now that should be a whiff on generating silver, but again, that's kind of the nice to have, not the need to have. You really care far more about the banish. And in this matchup, just kind of taking a look, it does look like Ricardo likely just played the pile because that's still a really tall deck that I'm seeing there.
That deck is triple sleeved, it looks like, too.
Yeah, could be that too. Either way, like that's a tall pile.
It's
That thing gets any bigger and Jeff Hardy's going to jump off of it.
yeah, it is virtually a hell in the cell at this point.
All right. Solid wide turn from Ricardo there. Did get more damage through.
Hey, what do you know? More contracting.
Not,
This one is... What is this one?
should be Plunder the Poor.
That one looked like a... Didn't look like Plunder, but could have been. I know less than you, so I'm going to default.
Oh, no, it's not Plunder. If it's not Plunder...
Slay the Scholars. Yep. Which he's going to block with one right now. Oh no, we're going to do this. Yeah, leave it on top. We would like to go get all your warmongers diplomacies, please. I mean, it's pretty easy to see why this deck is triple sleeved.
Yeah.
Full art Command & Conquers, full art Come the Bottles.
The British Sink Below promos.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like those might be full art shelters.
Oh, I fully understand it.
I respect it.
So
as a shiny player, I respect it.
I will say this, now that after this banish, Christopher is going to be up to 5 silver and counting. I would personally like to see more aggressive use of the equipment, specifically the gloves here, because the sooner you can get that value and buy it back, the last thing you want to do is like end the game with silver on the table that could have been a buyback. It's just lost efficiency. And so it looks like there's a reach over there and he's listening.
I don't think he can hear you. They're in Germany.
I know, but I just appreciate when the Huntsman players are in sync with me.
We're gonna take one and forget who we are. Which also means we can't buy this back yet. I gotta remember how Amnesia reads. I thought it was lose card types. It's been a while
Cards and
since...
tokens, and so specifically
tokens.
silver, it's not silver.
It's no longer silver.
So you can't use it for your Graven Gloves.
What even is it?
I mean, it's silver that's not silver. Like the tokens are just nothing at that point, so...
Well, we have Command & Conquers. That's nice to see. We're going to participate in a bottle episode. Block 3, take 1. The Ira's doing a nice job of chipping damage down.
Yeah. And that's
this is for...
ultimately, I think, just like what Ira is good at in general. You really want to build your deck. It doesn't matter whether it's the autumn version, the go wide version, whatever. Her text says cause an uncomfortable breakpoint ultimately. And so if you build your deck to take advantage of that And it looks like Ricardo has done that, where even on these go wide turns, you're turning your, you know, 3s into 4s, for example, your 6s into 7s. You're going to leak that damage through. Now, I don't think it's quite panic time yet if you are Christopher, just because we've only seen one sigil. So assuming that you're going to get through your deck, you're technically still at 33. That's fine. If there's any criticism at all that I would have had from the play so far from Christopher Bizau, it just would have been one, I think mental error on the Command and Conquer earlier, and then 2 on this buyback. At least on the previous turn, I would have liked to have seen a mask activation sooner. We've seen a couple of contracts go through, and I think the extra banishes are always the thing you want to aim for, because not only is it getting the deck size lower, which is your end game, but also it represents potentially another silver, right? And so that just speeds up your buybacks, and the fact that we haven't bought back mask yet could come back to haunt him. Again, this is Huntsman is not for everyone, because it is absolutely the kind of deck that is inches, not miles, and you have to figure out how to maximize all of those little bits.
So you mean centimeters, not kilometers, right?
Millimeters.
Millimeters. Erase Face might not do anything to this hand, but we'll
It's still
see.
7.
I mean, it's still 7.
That's the beauty of this version of Ira, and this is a version I actually still have sleeved up on the table over there. Again, it's got the Vengeance line, but for the most part, outside of when you do the Vengeance stuff, you are just looking to do, 1 and 7 over and over again. This will be the third Hunter or Hunted.
Now get the rest of your Sirens.
Yep, that will also help. Did have to pitch a Sigil, though, and that means you're going to not get that until second cycle now. Again, not exactly a panic point yet for Christopher, but...
Now, considering that there's a Sirens that was also, I believe, blocked with earlier, would there be a thought process to not having left this one on top, or is it just means so much to get rid of Sirens?
It's kind of twofold. So Sirens is a good hit, and I do think that you're still fine with getting rid of it, but even if you send Sirens down, if you hit something else that is maybe either a one of, or even if it's just like 1, but you've got 3 total in the deck, you're not likely to get that much more additional value from it. This might have been a situation where I would have said, can I see your discard pile, just to see if there was a count of any cards I would expect to see in the deck that I'd seen 0 of, and then maybe I try to snipe it before they see any of them, right? But I think the Sirens is probably fine.
So we're going to sack the Shifty here. Love sacking. So we're not going to probably hit anything with Go again. Nope, we did not.
Yeah, I'd have to wager that there's not a lot of those cards left. I mean, there are still going to be some in the deck, but...
Is that another spot where you think that you really wanted to blow Mask to try to get an additional banish?
I mean, if it's going through, I just feel like your Mask, especially if you've already got the block from it, there is no reason to not use it early, because the last thing you want is to give your opponent more options to draw something they would have wanted. Just take an extra card away, take a shot at the banish. I'm a big proponent. The only time that I don't do that is when I'm playing against mechanologists and I'm trying to leave myself some, amount of battle worn to protect the tunic from getting T-boned or things like that. So you have to be a bit more mindful in those situations, but I do absolutely feel like the mask should have been used by now.
I keep asking questions about Okana Scar Wraps, so I'm gonna post that up on the screen with the attack reaction to banish the Edge of Autumn to give a ninja attack action card +1. What does this card do? You've seen the other, I believe. Maybe you haven't seen that one yet.
So I believe the one that they were looking at here with this Plunder the Poor on the top was one of the other Vengeance line.
Yep. Looks like there's a Remembrance in Ricardo's hand. A looked like a Shelter. Plunder.
Yeah, especially if there's a Remembrance in Ricardo's hand. So you were talking earlier about the mask thing. That's also a reason why I'm a big fan of, like, just use your mask when it's up. Like, if you're going to hit, use the mask, because the chance of hitting something like a Remembrance is huge. And if you've got silver to buy it back, then do so.
I think here you're 0 for 5. This might be just a simple D-react, take 1. No face. You can just block with the gloves and
Yeah, I was gonna
the
say
sink below here.
this should be sink and gloves, and then buy the gloves back with silver again. If you're not gonna be getting your mask back, then let's ramp up using these gloves.
Or not. You no longer have a face. So the Huntsman ability doesn't exist. Some life gain. Moving on. And that should be Remembrance in the arsenal.
Yeah, and even going beyond the Remembrance, again, kind of talking about trying to get these additional banishes with the mask. The other reason that you still want to try to hit these other cards is, let's just say hypothetically you get the opportunity to get rid of more Vengeance cards, then you're kind of just turning off the Scar Wraps if you can get through them.
Right. Here, this is basically a CNC for 5. It's for 6, but we have 1 prevention floating. And there's the bait. I cannot wait to see that card gone. I guess that's tomorrow, right?
That is tomorrow. Today is the last day of legality for Remembrance in Classic Constructed. Now, it could come back in the future, but let's be honest.
No.
It's going to join
Be a
Drone
no.
of Brutality.
For all of us, dog. Like, we're done here. It had a good run. 5 years of legality. At minimum 6 years of legality. 6 years of legality. That is far too long for a card like Remembrance to exist.
All right, things have been remembered, shuffled back up.
And we still have a CNC for 5. Well, 6, but 5.
Yep, still floating prevention from the shelter.
We would like to blow up your arsenal. You got it. I always make that announcement for reasons.
The nickel and diming continues. And now a Command and Conquer with Pummel showing. So this should be boots. I would also throw gloves in front of that personally, but that's just because there's a silver buyback. Although I guess at this point, if you've seen enough of the deck, you might know that you don't need to respect the pummel, because now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know that I've seen one pass through Ricardo.
No, I don't think so. I haven't seen one pitched at least,
Right, that's what I'm
or blocked
saying.
with, for that
Between
matter.
or there's also, so one of the neat things about playing Huntsman obviously is whenever you're playing contracts, there's the peak as well. So you get to see a lot of your opponent's deck throughout the course of the game.
That makes sense. And here we're just like, okay, here's 7, and this is the blows up Arsenal one.
Yes, and this
So
is
the ninja version of a CNC to go with all the CNCs that are also in the deck.
this is the one that's also potentially scary because it is a ninja card. So unlike CNC, this can be targeted by Scar Wraps. So you have to
Yes.
actually cover 8 if you're trying to cover the full thing.
Yep, Exact Vengeance is pretty painful.
And there's also some neat things that you can do as well with the Scar Wraps. If
So
you
we
have
set
a
up
way to either give that go again or something along those effects, then you can actually attack again with your Edge of Autumn because it's been re-equipped. Like it left and it came back. It's new.
We did just hit with a surgical extraction, by the way.
Yeah. Now there should be 2 peaks if they wanted it, but perhaps they just said leave the weakest link on the top because I'd rather get rid of that than hunt for blues. But theoretically, you should have had a peak from Cut to the Chase, a peak from the Huntsman ability if you wanted to search for more blues. So
Get rid of
yeah,
Ripple away. Make a silver. Again, I'm kind of with you now. Not blowing mask on those seems weird.
yeah. Well, and again, your win con is fatigue. So the faster that you can do that, the better, but also just trying to deny your opponent additional good cards. A lot of times with Huntsman, the way you win is by getting lucky. And I know that just sounds whatever, but I just mean with the banishes. Like you still have your play patterns and the things that you want to do that you're in control of. There are decisions that are important, but you do sometimes have to get lucky with your banishes. And I'm only concerned because if Christopher does somehow get this win in and they go to the top 8 against those victors, you kind of have to aggressively use mask in that to try to find the visit the gold mains. And this timidness to use the mask is got me a little concerned, but we'll trust the process.
Send a Spider's Bite followed by a Command and Conquer off Tunic. That's probably a thing that's about to happen. And it did. And that's when Crown of Providence gets used.
Yep.
Take 4, go to 20. We are whittling down the Ira a little bit life-wise.
Yeah. Well, and also deck-wise.
That,
like
deck
tall
is very small.
Yeah. Knowing that it's triple sleeve now, that's very small. But imagine how much smaller it could be.
Yeah, Brock Lesnar would do a shooting star press off of that deck now. So this should be, in reality, this should be gloves plus a reaction, right? Why are we just letting, or I guess we just need the reaction. This isn't for 5, this is only for 4.
Yeah, this is the lead off. They did not begin with edge. Now it's going to be edge for
2.
2.
Which gloves can block this.
Gloves should block this, but
Maybe we're worried about the 6. Or in this case, flying kick for, 7. We're going to take a little bit more damage.
yeah, interesting choices just because I believe there's still also a shelter
Yep,
in hand.
There was
so
still a
that
shelter in hand.
might be something that's trying to go to Arsenal here, and then you're just going to send the other attack
Should be
back.
The gloves blocked, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
you brought
gloves blocked and
bought
then
a bunch
with
of
the
silver. Yeah,
bought
yeah,
back with the 2 silver. Yep.
Oh, 9 cards. 10, 11 counting
Yeah,
pitch.
gotta, if one of these goes unblocked, you've got to start using the mask here because again, not only is it deck, but the masks banishes do also trigger additional silver gains.
Yep.
So it does speed up your buybacks. Now, Christopher should still have 2 sigils available and has got to be coming pretty close to second cycle soon.
And I believe that Ricardo's in a spot where he has to be trying to aggressively block these out, right?
Well, that's the problem. When you get down to where you're this low, you can't overly aggressively block them out. You want 1 card blocks like that sink below we just saw, because otherwise the issue is you don't have enough offense to throw back.
And I see a remembrance here. And there's a shelter in the arsenal, so we
Yeah.
kind of want to make sure we block this out. But this is a CNC for 7.
Yeah, so this should just be a 2 card block plus the gloves, in my opinion. I think the concern as I look at the hand is just that there's no 0 for 4s.
Yes, breaking news, by the way, from our official uh, Nationals tracker, Barrett Goss, aka Vishra. Victor has died in Malaysia. So the horse is no more. I repeat, the horse is no more.
All right. So I was correct. It was a 2 card block plus gloves. There was no 0 for 4, but keeping the remembrance in the surgical makes the most sense.
Another sink. Would you like
Yep.
to sink into your 3
That
cards?
should be the 3rd sink now.
Those specifically cannot be remembrance back. This should be a nope, we're not going to block with fiddlers. This is for 3.
Yeah, we're hitting second cycle because there's one of the codexes back.
We've remembranced, so the cycles are very gone.
No, I mean like since the remembrance.
Oh, have? Okay. Fiddlers, shelter. Covering 5 on 7, taking 2, gaining 3. Here's one where
So there should just be 7, I think, cards total for Ricardo now. 4 in hand,
1
1
in
in
arsenal, 4 in hand, 2 in deck.
2 in deck. Yeah.
This
This
should
is
come
a
pretty
spot
close.
where, again, like I know I'm beating this horse to death. Pun intended.
No, the horse died in
post-Victor.
Malaysia.
Yeah.
Yeah, the horse died in Malaysia.
If this next contract hits, you've got to blow the mask because there's no other opportunity you'll ever get the value for it. Like,
Right.
just do it.
This is always leave no witnesses, right? Like it's never not. Okay.
Yeah,
Just
this
making
is
sure.
always leave no witnesses.
You become frail. I gain ponders. I'm just gonna, make sure you understand that we're overcrowding this. All right, fine.
Oh, you know what? There was actually, I take it back. I would have to see what's in the discard pile, but there was actually an argument to be made about it not being leave no witnesses. If you've got one of your 1 for 5 contracts because of Tunic having 3 on it, then that goes over the top and you either eat another card or whatever. But
Oasis, Sigil. Yeah, this all balances. So, and that's the entire deck now.
yep.
Problem is that Christopher is also very close to fatiguing.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing the aggressive dagger play now. Because not only are you close fatiguing, but the other piece of it as well is that you need to close the gap on health. There is weirdly a situation where even with no cards in deck, you can still lose as the Huntsman player if they just keep sending weapon.
Right. And that is problematic. Sadly, kind of put it up on the screen so people could see. Mask of Perdition does say attack action card.
Yeah, you can't use that on daggers. It has to be on the contracts. And again, ultimately, you always want to do it on the contract, because if the banish from the mask would trigger a contract, then you get silver for that as well. It creates situations where sometimes it just pays for the mask to buy itself back. So the fact that we've went this entire game and did not activate it is a little weird. Down but not out.
No, that's some last ditch effort, is what that is.
Yeah, sorry, last ditch effort. Not down but not out. Last ditch effort.
Well, this is the way you close a game if you're the Ira player at this point.
Yeah. Not down but not out. My brain should have just said the Dagon White special is what it should have said.
It is indeed that.
Now there is still that remembrance for Christopher.
We're going to Scar Wraps this, banish this, bring it back, get free value, attack again.
Yep. So just like what I was saying before, when you banish on something with Go Again, the edge gets to swing one more time because it's a new Edge of Autumn. It's not the one that already swung.
All right, so how many cards do we have left in this deck? We have 2.
2 on the side of Ricardo, remembrance from Christopher.
And the rest of this game should just be as simple as
Why?
Oh, Surgical makes total sense here. It's the only thing that banishes cards from hand. You're at 2. Just don't let Scar Wraps kill you. The Ripple Away and I believe a Ninja Attack are what are in hand for Ricardo. I think this is where Tunic just blocks. Yeah, I mean, you can banish the Edge of Autumn with the Scar Wrap, but it doesn't do anything, so. Make a Crouching Tiger.
Crouching
Tiger for
1.
1. It is for 2. I mean, you have to respect it. You do have to block it. It is for 1. Nope, that kills you. Has to be a card from hand. That Codex of Frailty is very good to block with right now.
Well, I can understand the hesitancy to not, because giving a frailty token to your opponent does like buy you some time with the edge, but the problem is you also don't want to give them the card back.
There, we recognize that. You can block with the Shred. That's fine. And then we're going to send a Flying Kick. You do need to overblock this by 1. Whatever you do. I have 1 card left in deck. Yep, that's fine. You have a Shred in Arsenal. Block with a card, doesn't matter what it is.
Yep. And then you send the
Throw a
surgical.
surgical. Luck. Okay. Edge. Yep, we're drawing. Yep, that's the realization that we are drawing.
Yeah.
And we have drawn. Okay, so things have
Oh.
gotten ugly all of a sudden. Oh boy.
The
All right
mask
then.
was never used. This is gonna make the winning in math really weird all of the sudden.
Okay, no, it's an Ira win. Okay. So did we
Perhaps
miss?
the only thing that I can think of is either one of the people verbally conceded or maybe
Was it a no block in hand? No, it wasn't a no block in hand, right?
no, it wasn't a no block in hand. The only other thing that I can think of is that, like,
Oh,
I said,
because Tunic Edge of Autumn was going to eventually win the game. That's why. Okay.
yeah,
Because the Tunic's going to tick up, and then you're just going to be able to Edge of Autumn, so it wasn't a draw. That was just, okay, that's Ira winning the game. I think you're right if we mask a Perdition once.
at least once.
In
You
that
gotta
game?
give it a go.
Maybe something goes better. But that is definitely an Ira win. But man, that was a grind. You love these things.
I mean,
And
I
for
do.
Me,
I do.
for me, I'm just like, can we not? Like, oof, it's so exhausting. But we'll come back to us real quick here. Looks like we can. Let me think if I can piece together a top 8. I cannot piece together a top 8 yet. So this is going to get interesting because we have. So Ira should be in. Table 4 could make things very, very weird. So until we know that one, we really can't predict a top 8. And this is gonna get ugly. Looks like we can tell you right now that the top 8 will have an Acilio, a Ziggy, a Jarl, a Victor, and an Ira in it. Beyond that, we don't know.
Did I just see on the graphic that table 4 was a Puffin win?
That if Puffin won that, everything is now just chaos.
Unless I'm misunderstanding the reading of the thing, I think that might have been a table 4 Puffin win, because Puffin looked like the highlighted hero.
Because the Puffin was paired up. And so that turns into absolute wildness. That is table 4. No, table 4 is not completed yet.
Yep,
still going. Okay, so that's what I'm showing as well on my side. So that makes sense. Man, this is gonna get wild, but the can confirms, I believe, are we will have an Acilio, a Ziggy, a Jarl, a Victor, and an Ira for sure. Beyond that, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
This is gonna get, like I said, this is gonna be a little wild. So buckle up, everybody. This will be a good time. We are going to pop out for just a moment. And we will be back shortly once we have a top 8 to announce. So thanks for watching. We'll be back shortly. Stick around.
But I couldn't help, you were such a mood. Sucker for a neck tattoo. So full of yourself, low key you need help. Your ego's tighter than your Gucci belt. Can't believe that I fell for the lies that you tell. I must be unwell. Oh well. Happy belated. Sorry couldn't make it. Your head's inflated. Grinding in my mind, memories rewind and intertwine. Re-assimilate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Re-assimilate. Fragments flashing out of sync, code corrupted, broken links. Circuit power, hard reboot, stuck inside a never-ending loop. Assimilate, mutilate, rage, assimilate, mutilate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Rage, assimilate, mutilate. I'm glitching out. I'm glitching out. Moving out, moving out. I'm glitching. It's over now. Reality is loud. Chaotic sound. I'm glitching out. Static noise rattles my bones, reminding me I am alone. Can't escape this terror scream, can't decipher this directive beam. Suffocate. I'm glitching.
And we're back. And welcome back. We have a top 8 to announce here. So we're looking at, in first place currently is Thomas Steinle on Ocilio. Second is Kim Shearer on Ziggy. In third, we have Felix Krisch on Jarl. Fourth is Kevin Zanker on Victor. Fifth, Jonas Stobarak on Gravy Bones. Sixth is Ricardo Manrique, also on Victor. Seventh is Jose Ordonez on Ira. And then the sneaking in as the only 7th pointer in 8th place is Conrad Weiss on Ocilio as well. So 2 Ocilio, 2 Victor, Ziggy, Gravy, Ira, Jarl, the things we all expect, really. So that will give you the top 8 breakdown and spread. Should be some grind fests in there, but we have Asilios, so
Ooh.
you know.
I was just looking at the tiebreakers, and it looks like Bino just bubbled out on Gravy at 9.
Just edged. Yep, that will happen. So looking at the full standings here at the end, we will have an Acilio mirror, and then Ziggy into Ira. That'll be a weird one. And a Jarl versus a Victor and a Gravy versus a Victor, I think, are our matchups going into the top 8 for the quarterfinals. Man, I don't know what we want to watch. This is going to be hard. I feel like it's just Ziggy Ira, but we will take some time with that because we have about an hour while they get deck checks completed, player profiles, all that kind of jazz. So we'll have a bit of a break here for, like I said, about an hour while they get all that set up and they get the players ready to go for the quarterfinals. And we'll figure out what we want to bring you. If anybody has an opinion on what you'd like to see, I might set a poll. Yes, a poll. So how about I do that? I'm going to set a poll in the chat. Let everybody vote as soon as I have the matchups.
Yes, let everybody vote for Jarl.
Oh, I'm not setting a poll. Never mind. We can't be trusted as a society is what you're trying to tell me, and I think you're right. So, Charmer talked me out of the poll. You can blame him. But we will be back in about an hour or so. So if you want to stick around, fantastic. Hang out, leave us running in the background, however you want to do it. And we will chat shortly. Thank you.
I did it all, I played pretend, I moved the mountains to be your friend. I wanna know if it mattered. I would have gone to war for you, I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed, I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go, no I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when Would it matter then? Another time around the block, I loved you around the clock. Break of dawn, might as well be midnight, talking on the dock. Everyone around us knows, they say we're soulmates and it shows. So I wanna see where this could go, this could go. Break the news to everyone, the long time wait is finally done. I wasn't hanging around for fun. You could be the one. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again, like blood on a pen. Would it matter then? When everything starts to fade, back like it's yesterday. I want it all full send. Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it You bring me down for all to see, then switch it up and treat me right. You promise sun, but you bring rain. I still love what you do to me. The highest highs, the lowest lows. You take me to every extreme. Can't get enough, please let me be. But I love what you do to me. The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch, and I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch, I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. I love what you do to me. second hand that make the whole round. Why you still stand on the minute hand? Push away, 'cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on scale, hope for the other side to fail. When the night was enough to talk away the haze of the day. There's a heavy weight inside my head, crashing down and filled with dread. Destruction grinding in my mind, memories rewinding into pride. Read, assimilate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Read, assimilate. Fragments flashing out of sync, code corrupted, broken links. Circuit power, hard reboot, stuck inside a never-ending loop. Assimilate, mutilate, rage, assimilate, mutilate, save, assimilate, suffocate, rage, assimilate, mutilate. I'm glitching out, I'm glitching out. It's over now, reality is loud, chaotic sound, I'm glitching out. Static noise rattles my bones, reminding me I am alone. Can't escape this terror scream, can't decipher this directive dream. Suffocate. I'm glitching. intends to be your friend. I wanna know if it mattered. I would have gone to war for you. I would have bent the earth in two just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? Back like it's yesterday. Would it all make sense? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? I did it all. I pulled the weight on my shoulders like it was fate. Don't tell me it was for nothing. You told me love wasn't true 'cause it didn't feel real to a cynic like you. But I'm pretty sure we walked into something. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? Back like it's yesterday. Would it all make sense? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Another time around the block, I loved you around the clock. Break of dawn, might as well be midnight, talking on the dock. Everyone around us knows, they say we're soulmates and it shows. So I wanna see where this could go, this could go. Break the news to everyone, the long time wait is finally done. I wasn't hanging around for fun. You could be the one. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? Back like it's yesterday. Would it all make sense? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it
You bring me down for all to see, then switch it up and treat me right. You promise sun, but you bring rain. I still love what you do to me. The highest highs, the lowest lows. You take me to every extreme. Can't get enough. Please let me be. But I love what you do to me. what you do to me. The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch, I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. I love what you do to me.
On the clock, second hand, I make the whole round. While you still stand on the minute hand, push away. 'Cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on the scale,
is just a mukbang. Bang, bang, bang. Out of the pan and into the fire. I'm the mukbang's #1 supplier. Black Mirror had to sell the empire. Brain hardwired to the deep fried messiah. Binge, 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 binge. Yeah, this is where your dopamine hit begins. Binge, 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 binge. Yeah, this is where your poor and my rich begins. Life is just a mukbang. You don't wanna be alone on the food chain. Life is just a mukbang. Bang, bang, bang. Life is just a mukbang. You don't wanna be alone on the food chain. Life is just a mukbang. Bang, bang, bang. I be dropping bombs like Saddam Hussein. Party at my residence, hop on the gravy train. Infiltrated your mind, now I'm in your veins. Mainframe got you hooked like a candy cane. Ill, 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 ill. If I keep your body sick, then your mind is still. Mill, 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 mill. Now you're just another rapper in the landfill. Life is just a mukbang. You don't wanna be alone on
ingrained in my mind. Memories rewind and intertwine. Assimilate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Assimilate. Fragments flashing out of sync, co-corrupted, broken links. Circuit power, hard reboot, stuck inside a never-ending rage. Assimilate, mutilate, rage, assimilate, mutilate. Save, assimilate, suffocate. Rage, assimilate, mutilate. I'm glitching out. I'm glitching out. I'm glitching. It's over now. Reality is loud. Chaotic sound. I'm glitching out. Static noise rattles my bones, reminding me I am alone. Can't escape this terror scream, can't decipher this directive beam. Suffocate. I'm glitching.
Welcome back to the 2026 Germany National Championship. We're back with our top 8 quarterfinal matchup with let's hop over to this player profile that we got built here by our intrepid producer with Kim Shearer on Ziggy, preferred hero Florian, RIP there, winner of Battlehardened Munich. The London Calling, I'll always make a Clash reference if I get an opportunity to. Top 16 and was top 12 last year at Nationals. One of the Value Vampires against a teammate. So we were playing, you know, the team killing is going to be real in this round. As we go to our Ira player we saw last round, Jose Ricardo Ordonez Muller. Preferred hero of Ira will be playing Ira. 2025 Nats top 8, so last year, and a top 8 at Battlehardened Kiel, Bolt the Bird Berlin. One of the finest names of a game store, as it is always just a sound piece of advice, also of a Value Vampires. It seemed like we had 4 Value Vampires in our top 8, so there's going to be a lot of this going on. But we're ready down in the feature match area. They're studying the deck lists right now. I would imagine as teammates, they probably had a fairly good idea. So they're going to give these things a peek and be prepared for what is to come. The deck checks have been made. The die has been cast. Kim will have the choice of play or draw in this matchup. Not 100% sure what you would take here because it's Ziggy, and would you think that you take the play, develop some auras?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult because on the one hand, if you take the play and develop auras, you do reduce the opportunity for your opponent to cycle often as well. You get to Arsenal first, but then you're also kind of like on your back foot from the get up, right? It kind of depends on what your understanding of the matchup is going to be, whether or not you're the one who wants to try to strip cards from your opponent's hands first or not. I think Ira definitely wants to be the deck that is going to be trying to strip cards from Kim's hand. And so with that in mind, there is also the potential for Kim to say, you know what, I'll take the, going second and block out whatever they send and kind of recycle. But if they send a light volley, perhaps I can also develop.
Yeah.
Of course we'll wait and see, but I could see the argument going both ways. I think the answer is kind of obvious on the Jose Ricardo side. I think that, again, they want to be stripping cards from Ziggy as soon as possible.
Yeah. So we did not see Kim during the Swiss rounds at all. The one Ziggy we did see play was on Reality Refractor Ziggy. So not 100% sure what we will see out of Kim's list, but this is one of those cases too where if this was Kadachi Ira, this seems like it'd be a radically different matchup than it is with Edge of Autumn Ira.
Yeah, I think at this point I would assume that Kim knows that this is going to be Edge of Autumn.
Yeah, they had open deck lists, so yeah.
Not only because of the open deck lists, but I was going to point out the fact that they are also teammates as well. So there is that also kind of factoring into the decision making, right? This is probably a matchup where they have a lot of reps into each other. Jose likely wanted to get reps into a new hero, probably would have said, hey, will you let me jam games? So again, there's going to be quite a bit to, I think, learn from how they decide to take this opener.
I would also like to point out that only one of them is wearing the shirt, though. Kind of like us. Only one of us is wearing the shirt.
We're both wearing shirts, sir.
I said the shirt, not
Yeah.
a shirt.
Well, that's because I wore it yesterday.
Well, yeah, I have multiples, thankfully. But you also just decided to rep baby metal today, and I can never argue against that.
Yeah, we got to praise the Fox God.
Well, of course.
Now, I will say this. We did just see Jose Ricardo navigate a very interesting matchup into a fatigue huntsman, was able to come out on top. That leads me to believe that Jose has a game plan for decks that want to draw it out. I would not be surprised if we see Jose potentially just play the pile again here. We did also see that Jose has at least one copy of Remembrance in the list because we saw that on display against the Huntsman player. This could be a slog where Jose's game plan is to use the poking from Edge of Autumn to just kind of get through any wards that Kim sets up. But, you know, again, it's one of those things where with them being teammates, I'm sure that they have a lot of reps into each other, know what the game plan is.
This does look a lot like Pile.
It does look a lot like Pile. That was what I was noticing when I was kind of coming to that conclusion is I didn't see a whole lot come from the side. Like usually when you see somebody kind of doing the pre-boarding, there's a little bit of maneuvering around, but it looked like it was just a decision on equipment from Jose and then the rest gets played.
I wonder if that's just kind of a static, this is what we do type of approach.
Yeah, very well could be. I could see a situation where it's essentially play the pile, and then in situations where you don't think it's necessary, you maybe cut like the Remembrance or something, but standard.
Looks like we're presenting the same equipment as we did into, one different piece with the hat.
Piece is different. Yep.
We are playing the new mask out of Omens. Or not Omens, Pen, out of Compendium.
Yeah, Compendium of Wraith.
So it is Reality Refractor, it looks like. And so we're looking auras, attack for 5. I do see a barraging metamorph, and it looks like Kim has elected to go first. So let's see what the answer is here. Is it ascending metamorph? It's ascending metamorph.
Seems like a relatively okay turn 0 opener.
It's reasonable to ask that question. Just taking 4.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Must like the hand. Ripple away does not. I mean, you could ripple away lightning flows. I guess that does matter, or could matter. To what end? No idea. There's no Aphrodis or anything, but it does let the hollow counter things happen um, on some of these blinks, which is nice. And here we're just gonna go ahead and discard a. I guess we're gonna discard a duality, make a lightning flow, and leaked 5 damage.
Yeah.
So seems like a good opener.
Wasn't really
This
the
may.
aura development of what you thought outside of the flow, but if you can leak 5 damage on turn 0, I don't think it really matters.
Oh, is that all you got? What I got is a bottle.
Yeah, we're going to become the bottle.
Have you ever wanted to be a bottle?
I don't think I've ever wanted to be a bottle, but
Is he
I'm not
describing a
against
bottle?
becoming the bottle.
We can read it either way, Jose. I do appreciate you. Block with a blue spears. That would be late period Brittany, obviously.
Is it late period because she has the blues?
That's exactly
Okay,
correct.
and then flying kick, I believe.
Yes, a little 5 on the flying kick. And this is one of those, okay, what's my plan look like? Is it we do a bunch of blocking, or is it a we don't? We just say 5 is fine. Looks like we are going to cut at least a little bit of it. We are going to make it 6. Okay. We obviously named the bottle Edge of Autumn.
Yep. That is a neat trick if you're watching at home and you don't understand what's happening there. Your wraps from Ira, when you tap it, you banish an Edge of Autumn, and often that's obviously the weapon, and then you get it back when you hit with something with Vengeance in the name, but because Become the Bottle can be anything, you get to choose the name. You choose Edge of Autumn, and you just banish it while it's on the chain, because you do technically still see it at that point. On the side of Kim, it was just a development turn and then pass, so we are back to Jose, who's going to lead things off with a Scar for Scar. Very tight margin here, exactly 1 health below Kim, so it will have the go again.
It's the best margin for a Scar for a Scar.
Yeah, that's more like a paper cut for a Scar.
Well, I mean, have you not had paper cuts that left scars?
No.
Oh, you're not trying hard enough.
I do, in fact, try to avoid paper cuts purposefully, especially the scar-giving kind. Just like I try to avoid Edge of Autumn at all, let alone for 2 damage because of the buff granted from Ira's hero text.
Blocking with a Phantasmaclasm.
And then we're
So
going
this
to
is
get
a
another
bitter.
4 go again.
This Bittering Thorns is going to go into a 6 off of the Tunic counter, and Kim's going to be kind of sad, I think. Yes, we were in.
Maybe more. I mean, no damages went through, so Scar for Scars and things like that are still alive. I was about to say if there was a 0 for 4 there and then a 2 for a 6 in the arsenal, it could have kept going, but it is just going to be As you said, the 2 for a 6, this time trying to erase the face of Kim.
Why would you want to erase a face like that? That seems cruel.
And unusual.
Well, it's been erased. Taking 4, maybe, allegedly. There we go. Down to 32. Now is it okay for Scar for Scar to just not? We're just gonna play another Coalescence and pass. And yes, we were incorrect. It was Jose was on the play and he just arsenaled and passed. So that's why we were a little confused. We did not notice that right away. Now we're just gonna send an edge. Not interested in blocking.
Not for one. Not when you have cards you're worried about, like the weakest link.
4-7. It's a big number.
It is a big number. It's also potentially a really powerful effect into Ziggy. So
Yeah,
Ziggy
there's
does
some-
tend to have more like instants that have block value.
Yeah. And right now it's also, if you're going to lose your auras anyway, you just play them and let them explode. Obviously, we're going to be in the tank a little bit because of untimed rounds. And we've decided to give up E strike, E strike. Okay.
Oh, okay. If you're Jose, I think you're incredibly happy with that. And right now,
He might be
I was just going to say, right now, it does kind of feel like Kim is definitely on the defensive game plan here, but
you might be a little less happy now all of a sudden. But,
yeah. So Spectral Shield.
Is attacking.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's asking for a die. Coming for 5.
Yeah. No, it's 8.
Oh, 8.
There are
It's-
3 counters on it.
Yeah, it's, sorry, my mistake. It is a single shield with 3 counters, not 3 shields. Going to be blocked with 1 sink below and a flick flag. So fully covered.
Mm-hmm. But still representing a very, very mean amount of damage.
And Edge of Autumn wants to pop it for the low cost of 1.
I mean, that's a pretty low cost. And Kim probably does have at least a decent amount of knowledge on all the various tricks that Jose has available to him. Things like, the next attack getting pumped and then the scar apps. So we're gonna start dodging quickly. And we're coming for the face. So that's a 7. So we're gonna see a 2 card plus dodge.
Now, earlier, I was going to say earlier when we saw Jose playing, I don't think we ever saw the pummel, and we got to see the entire deck. Was representing there when he reached for the arsenal. I thought perhaps, okay, maybe we missed something, but
No, I think it's an ancestral empowerment that's sitting down there. Although I do think I see one in hand as well, coming in for 8. And this is Kim's game plan. Like and it's a pretty good one.
yeah, it feels very Enigma to me. This
Yes.
Spectral Shield is kind of just Dragon of old, right? Establish Dragon, block everything out, swing with Dragon. This is build your own dragon at home, but it gets the job
Yep.
done.
However, Jose here very acutely wanted to go below 32 to make the scar for a scar that is in his hand live. And I assume we're going to see an edge into a scar for 5. Discarding a shelter. It's a good start. Got to cover 4 here if we want to try to keep the shield alive, but through the I feel like through the next 2 cards, keeping that shield alive is going to be a little ugly. But having the D react is a good start. Covering 5 with the prevention from shelter. And another one, this one for 4. Still
So,
going again.
a very good move going down to 30 here. This is the third scar for a scar from Jose. Got full go again value on all of them.
You know, that's impressive. And then a little bit of a flying kick for 5. This might be time to say goodbye to our spectral shield, unless we think a crown block here with a block 3 is correct.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough call, I think. If only because you protect the shields, but then you're going into the following turn as a reset. You won't have Arsenal, but on the other side, Jose will not have had an Arsenal as well. I could
The
very
ability,
well.
yeah, but the ability for Jose to pressure that one shield is pretty high.
I mean, it is pretty high.
So yeah, we're electing to take 4, lose our spectral shield, and now we're not playing Protect the Queen anymore, so we can just kind of move to our next turn and rebuild. 28 playing 30. So we do see some movement in the life totals at the very least. That's a pretty flick flack. It's going to go ahead and put that out there.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful one. It's also an indicator of the quality of Jose's hand. No blue pitch here to start things off.
Which can often be a little bit of a bluff, but
Yeah, it could be a bluff. Could also just be wanting to save some of those defense reactions for second cycle shenanigans. That all you got. Number 2 coming from Kim, trying to keep the hand
there's
flush.
the bluff. Seeing a little bit of the bluff tactic here.
And fully covered from the sink.
Hey, listen, a Sink Below. Sink Below is still one of the best cards that has ever been printed in Flesh and Blood. Decision-making apparatus here to, okay, I've got a hand. What can I do with it?
Yep.
Play an Enigma Chimera. That's what we can do with it.
I think this was a decision point of, am I sending damage? Am I trying to rebuild my board? Obviously, answers are going to depend on what the hand looks like.
Well, we pulled a popper.
Yeah, I was about to say, was stopped by a popper. The Amnesia happily jumped in front of it on the side of Jose. And it does look like we're going to have potentially another wide turn here. Yeah, it's going to be the bittering. And with Tunic up, you could go Edge of Autumn and then still end with a 2 for 6 here.
Yeah, this is very possible. An edge for 2. is solid. And we're just going to play an overcrowded here.
Okay.
Coming in for 2.
Thank you, Lightning Flow token.
Yeah. Thanks for the pumps. That's nice, yeah. Was not the most exciting hand. So we're going to pop, make a shield, attack for 5. A very elegant use of a blue pitch and some arms.
Still 2 cards in hand. So I was about to say,
And now we're going to make it an 8.
Could also be a pump and then a card for Arsenal. Seemed like the most likely. It's going to eat at least 1 sink below from Jose. And we are, I believe, moving to 26 all after this.
Yep, right back to parity. However, Jose did keep a 4-card hand. And right back to bittering.
The fate has been foreseen. Kim gonna bottom the card seen from the opt. Again, similar play pattern as the previous turn. We'll see if it's a better follow-up than an overcrowded. Trying to get a look at the hand. I don't know that I saw another 2 for 6 yet. So instead, we're just gonna be the Vengeance for another
4 go again, and then there is the exact Vengeance in hand, which there's no Arsenal right now, but it is a 2 for 6 if you wanted to send it.
Yeah, he
I
was
believe it's
flicking
2
him.
for 6.
It is, yeah. It was. If it's an Act Vengeance, it is a 2 for 6. It was just going so fast. I could only see this first one. So yeah,
Like I said, with no Arsenal.
I mean, it was a quality turn if that's the case, because that would represent 16 damage that you required your opponent to have answers for. And so far, doing a good job of keeping up with 2 defense reactions on the side of Kim so far.
And now we're 6. We could be 7 with Scar Wraps. Yep. We're going to just say it's good because you wouldn't be able to get the edge back because of the Spectral Shield.
Yep. There was almost a moment you could see Jose go, uh-oh. So the great call.
So sad. This should be 26 plays 26, I believe, on the life totals.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I think that it was written down, but I'm not sure that Jose ticked it on the life pad. I think the next time that they realize it will be corrected, but for now, we're going to see the third that all you got from Kim. Jose will become the bottle.
I'm guessing that bottle is going to be called an Edge of Autumn.
Yeah, it's essentially the only thing you ever name.
A bottle?
At least
I'm
in
going to
this
look around.
list.
I'm about to say I'm going to look around my house and start calling everything an Edge of Autumn. There's a lot of bottles here, by the way. This seems like, at some point in time, Kim has to be cognizant of the fact that protecting the spectral shield at some point in time becomes a trap in and of itself. And that's how you end up fatigued by an Ira.
Yeah. I mean, that is a potential concern, but the reverse is also like, if your hand doesn't convert any better, then it's fine to stick with this game plan for now.
Also, there's the knowledge that if the next card played is a ninja attack, which it likely is, then that's also going to have Scar Wraps on it as well.
Yep, and they finally noticed that it was supposed to be 26L, but it's about to be changed once again because Kim is no blocking this. So we'll go to 23 and the shield will be destroyed, and we're going to have another vengeance come in for 4 go again.
Yes, I was also shocked to hear what these overworked Amazon workers did with their Edges of Autumn. Block, make this 5. Leak over 2. Go to 21. And we'll just clean it up. Seems like we did enough. Draw off of that all you got. So a 3-card hand coming back, we could figure something to do here that would be fun. It's called a Miraging Metamorph. And pop by a Weakest Link. And pass. It does seem like Jose has an answer virtually all the time.
Well, one of the nice things about Ira is you have the ability to go wide when Kim is trying to protect the spectral shield. I mean, we saw that in back-to-back turns where it was, 4 or more chain links, and then when there is nothing that needs to be protected, you can go back to this standard, 1 into 7, present the odd breakpoints. Like, it's a very flexible deck into a deck like Ziggy or any other illusionist deck, where if you're trying to protect a specific board piece, you just have a lot of ways to attack it that makes them either have to have the answer on their side, right? So if it's a 4, or in this case a 7, it's usually got to be some sort of defense reaction paired with a 3 block. And so far, Kim has had answers some of the time, but not enough to prevent the leaking of damage. Now, I will also say, outside of the spectral shield, we really haven't seen Kim develop a lot of board for a Ziggy player, so perhaps this is just one of those instances of drawing the wrong half of your deck early.
We're going to go ahead and send 5 with the Reality Refractor powering the aura.
And 2 floating and a card in Arsenal.
I mean, nothing wrong with that.
I was just saying there.
I don't think you can pummel it.
No, but I just mean, could be a pump or something. But it also
Or an
looked
aura.
like it,
Yeah.
ultimately might have just been a purposeful pitch to get rid of a clunky hand. Again, I think Kim might just be in a situation where the pieces of the deck that are desired were not drawn early.
Correct. A 3rd bottle, for those of you counting at home.
And given the equipment setup for Jose here, unless Jose kept in remembrance and wants to remembrance back these bottles, this essentially will make the arms expendable and become block bait.
Considering the texture of the hand yet again, and whether or not having a face is important. Now, it is important that the life total is currently 12.
Yeah, I was going to say it's less about having a face and more about protecting your face.
I mean, as much as it's ever important. So block sync, we're electing not to sync. So this seems like it'll be make an aura and swing. Nope, we're going to just see strike for 7.
And I do believe that is the last E-strike because the other 2 were used as blocking early on.
They were. We're going to leak 1 through, better than nothing, and get 2 cards out of hand. Back to edging. Our regularly scheduled edge.
Yep, again, no board, so if the hand permits, you want to do swing for 1, swing for 7.
This looks like a Sirens of Safe Harbor. Nope. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
To send 7.
Send 7 and gain a life when this resolves.
Yep, life is pretty well padded on Jose's side of the board, but we're gonna pad it even further. 25 plays 10. Jose looking in firm control of this game. Aura. Swing 8. I mean, if there's a way to get back in this game, it is finding a way to swing 8 regularly.
And I think that's a remembrance that's the last card in Kim's hand at the moment. So,
Not a bad one to have.
well,
Would be a tragic one to have tomorrow.
yeah, that might result in a bit of a judge call.
Yeah, little lengthy one. I feel like we're in the Wimpy from Popeye phase of I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a cheeseburger today.
So was an overcrowded that was pitched, but hear me out. Unless there is, and he's going so fast it's hard to tell. Unless there is, of course, either a wide hand or a 2 for 7. There might have been an argument to be made about swinging with it at the end of whatever this chain is, just because the spectral shield and the lightning flow
Yeah, do make it bigger.
do make it a little bit bigger, and it's like the insult to injury of I'm going to get rid of your spectral shield because your spectral shield exists.
Covering 5. And the spectral, and like I said, and as we talked about before, the spectral shield making it so if you do decide to scar wraps, it's going to get rid of the shield, but you're not going to get the trigger to get the vengeance back. And then send us irons. Can you block 6? And have enough to swing 8. One card 8s are fantastic. But every turn that Jose is going to go wide is another turn where that shield is just not going to be able to live through it.
I mean, you're not wrong, but also, again, if you're already down to 10 as far as health goes and you're trying to keep your health afloat, you're going to be forced to block at some point anyway. And if blocking also nets you the potential to swing for 8 in the future, it might be worth it.
So taking 2 and going down to 8, losing the spectral shield. We've got 2 cards. We're going to play a Corrosive Space Dust and swing for 5. Sure. Taking 2. And again, Jose's really not thinking about his life total at the moment.
No, not really. That's more, I think, just you've got a clunky hand, right? You had 2 Command and Conquers. You might as well get some block value out of one.
And then pitch the other. Everybody's favorite thing. Let's shimmer.
Yeah. So,
Close
again,
the chain.
talking about finding the wrong half of your deck, all of those wide chains earlier, specifically the bottles, right? The situation where if you could mirage on the bottle to force the close of the chain to turn off the wraps being able to use them, it would have been far more beneficial, but Kim just had not seen them.
Yep. Cover it up with the dust, deal 1 arcane. I think Kim might have missed the life gain from Sirens. And that's where we have a discrepancy. Yep, figured it out.
It's kind of hard to tell exactly who's kind of in the lead in terms of size of deck, just because we do know that Jose Ricardo has the triple sleeves and rightfully slow. But that deck looks like it might be getting kind of small.
It does look like it could be relatively thin. We have a Vengeance Never Rests coming down.
And it's going to be a read, but this is the annoying one where if it hits, you have the opportunity to banish it and play it again. And it being the second attack, of course, takes it to the awkward break point of, being 4 instead of 3. And so even if this is, so this is just going to be blocks, but the one will be taken. And this is as good as just like drawing a card for Jose, because it'll get banished and likely replayed.
And just send it again at some point. Well, this does not have go again, but this does blow up an arsenal.
Yeah. It is very interesting to see that this was the case, though, with the 2 resources floating. Because you could have just played the Vengeance again.
Well, here you're demanding effectively 3 cards. Otherwise, you're going to be able to Scar Wraps and get over the top. Okay, well, if you're just going to take it, then trigger on, play the Coalescence. We are at 4, though. Or 3, sorry. Yeah, we're bleeding heavily.
Yeah, I mean the only so just to be clear, the only reason that I thought that the Vengeance was going to get played again is if you have it where it's going through, you could have Scar Wrapped on the first Vengeance, just to have the re-equip, and then with your floating 2 resources, 1 resource is Edge of Autumn again, second resource is the Vengeance Never Rests, which would have go again, and then end with the Enact Vengeance the way that you had it. But I think that die also might not have properly reflected the actual resources at that point, because otherwise I struggle to think of why you wouldn't take that route.
It's a good question. We did not break
Jose
the chain
is just
here.
far smarter than me, so I'm not going to second guess it, but that was where my train of thought was, is that normally you'd say, okay, well, you don't want to play the second Vengeance because it wouldn't have go again, but you can actually weave in the Edge of Autumn with the wraps there. Things are looking,
He's pointing out, you could have shimmered. You want to shimmer it too?
yeah. Things are looking pretty dire for Kim at the moment.
We do get to still shimmer this if we wanted to. The shimmer should be banished at the moment, I believe.
Coming for 5.
You know what? 5 is great. We do everything we can for 5.
Send the bill. Oh, no.
Bill has...
I was going to say, unless you have a flick flack. So wondering if this means Jose's hit second cycle. We did see
a couple of flick flacks.
One pitched earlier, specifically as bait, I remember.
Yes. So yeah, just take the 1. That's fine. We're just going to send a number. And when you're at 3, getting numbers sent at you is bad regardless. Any number. This does look like firm control for Jose, though.
Some people say, hey, that's 1 damage. I say that's 1/3 of your health.
Well, in this case, that's accurate. More vengeance. Gonna have to block this one. We'll wrap it. Put it to 4. Do you got anything for this? That's a no. We take the 1.
Yep. And then you get
The edge comes back.
re-equip, which can be sent again. This is what I was kind of talking about the last time with the Vengeance Never Rests. They could have done the same thing and then replayed it, but
Now we can send a 2 for 6 with Tunic. Or we don't have to. We can just send an exact vengeance for 6. There's no arsenal to blow up. And that's
no
it.
blocks. So well
Yep,
done
that
by
se-
Jose.
Yeah, it did seem like through a lot of that matchup that Kim was very cognizant of the fact that this is how this is going to go. So I
Yeah.
think you were right in the fact that they had probably played this matchup quite a few different times. And it definitely appeared like, yep, we know how this is going to go.
And
So
especially just given the way that Kim was drawing, right? I do think there's a scenario where that's at least a closer game, but it probably does rely on timing, specifically having the mirages for the bottles to kind of eliminate some of that additional, free discomfort. Ira already provides free discomfort just with the hero text, but allowing the bottles to then make that even worse, you're
like,
gonna
hey,
have
look,
a bad time.
we're a crazy good numbers deck. And it's like, yep, we sure are. Just Ira doing Ira things. Absolutely beautiful. We'll get an update sometime relatively soon on the other quarterfinal matches that are playing out right now. We had an Ocilio mirror, a Victor versus a Gravy, and a Victor versus a Jarl. I'm gonna guess the Ocilio mirror is over, and we already know that Ocilio won that one. The other two might be in a bit of a grind fest. So we'll try to update you as we're updated as well, and we will figure out where we're going to go from here when it comes down to covering our next matchup, which is either going to be Ira versus either Jarl or Victor, or Ocilio versus either Gravy or Victor. So stick around, we'll be back.
The misery, the ecstasy, the finer things you keep from me. And then you touch, I feel so much. I just love what you do to me. what you do to me.
I'm the clock, second hand, that make the whole round. Why you still stand on the minute hand? Push away, 'cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on scale, hope for the other side to fail. When the night was enough to talk away the haze of the day. There's a heavy weight inside my head, crashing down and filled with dread. Destruction grinding in my mind, memories rewind and intertwine. Read, assimilate, hate, save, assimilate, suffocate. Read, assimilate. Fragments flashing out of sync, code corrupted, broken links. Circuit power, hard reboot, stuck inside another ending. Rage, assimilate, mutilate. Rage, assimilate, mutilate. Save, assimilate, suffocate. Rage, assimilate, mutilate. Watching out.
So, Darick, what have we learned in the last 2 days?
What I've learned is that life is just a mukbang.
Yep. We've learned that life is just a mukbang. And we've learned that we don't want to be alone on the food chain. We've also learned that Victor's good, but gravy might be better. And that
Possibly.
Acilio does Acilio things.
I do think that Victor still has a shot in those matchups, but Guardians have historically struggled into ally classes to begin with, and when your game plan is to drag the game out as long as possible and you don't have a good way to bonk the bigger allies, that is where you could run into a problem. I will say, just kind of based on what we've seen so far from this event, and actually let's just go ahead and take a look at the bracket real quick. Yes, there's going to be some still music, but I think this is important. Outside of the Acilios, a lot of these heroes are still kind of either built around or at least including some form of remembrance, right? So even the Ira that we saw was playing remembrance, and obviously the victors are the
Remembrance,
Ziggy,
right?
you know, the Ziggy had remembrance, etc. So this we knew was going to be kind of the last hurrah, the last send off. But if anything, I think it just speaks to exactly why the ban and restricted announcement went the way that it did, because this is a meta that, even though there is a lot of diversity in terms of playable heroes, it is still kind of being defined currently by remembrance. It reminds me a little bit of the way that Belittle and Minnowism, yeah, there was a bunch of different heroes that could play it, but you weren't playing like ninja decks, you were playing Belittle decks. You weren't playing Runeblade decks, you were playing Belittle decks at the time. It was a lot of like, okay, I'm going to put in this package and I'm going to abuse it, and then I'll do my other stuff. Remembrance is kind of falling into that same slot, at least in the current meta.
I loved Belittle Minnowism, though. Like,
it's because
why-
it was proactive, right? It's just one of
Right.
those things where it didn't feel good if you were the one who wasn't drawing yours and you were trying to block
I
out
mean,
your opponent that was, you know, throwing 30 damage
what's
at you.
wrong? What's wrong with a lightning bolt with a dark ritual stapled to it?
Nothing.
What's wrong with that?
Apparently.
See, it was great. Oh
Yeah.
man, the good old days. Art of War was legal too. Why was that ever okay? I digress. Played a lot of Fi.
Yeah.
And would eventually run into an Oldham or get absolutely nuked by Kano. I guess that's probably more of what happened. Is my pattern of losing to Wizard on a regular basis really did start, I think, then. Yeah.
So I will
That
say,
makes sense.
I am very excited over the fact that we have a bracket that has resulted in 4 unique heroes for our top 4. Again, I think there might be some music playing when we hop on over to this, but let's just take a look at the bracket. Oh no, the music has cleared up. So we have Conrad Weiss on Acilio against Jonas Stobrak. on Gravy Bones, and I believe that's the one that we're going to be watching in our feature match.
Correct.
But then down below, we have Jose Ricardo that we saw win in the quarterfinals on Ira. And then that's also the battle for the best Ricardo, because Ricardo Manrique did win on Victor, but that does get us to a clean 4 unique heroes in our top 4. And even before that, we had, again, a relatively diverse, only 2 heroes repeating, so 6 of the 8 slots were unique heroes. It is, again, a meta where a lot of different heroes were and are viable. It's just, like I was saying, you look at them and there's a number of them that are either capable of playing Remembrance or are built entirely around Remembrance. I am looking forward to, Pro Tour Vegas that's coming up and seeing how folks adapt in this post-Remembrance world. And I suspect we're going to see a lot more aggressive lists. It will also likely depend on the aftermath of Victor leaving, because as we learned earlier, Victor appears to have crossed the living legend line, which will open things up for Pro Tour Vegas even further.
Yeah, and then let's not forget the unbans. Electromagnetic somersault is a real thing for Ziggy. Skyward Serenade on its own may be enough to make Aurora good. Before we do anything too crazy here, let's look at Conrad Weiss's profile. Accolades, Nats top 8. Well, that's right now. So Nats top 4, Conrad. Nats top 4. Preferred hero, Verdance Enigma. Okay, so you like toxicity. That's cool. Local game store, Bolt the Bird Berlin. Again, great advice. Bolt the Bird. Team Reckless Rosenheim. I can get behind the team name. I do love recklessness and bolting birds. If we just work on that Verdance Enigma portion, we'll be good. Oh, and then Jonas Stobarak. Preferred hero, toxicity. AKA Enigma. Accolades 3 times. Nats top 8 in a row. I do remember Jonas from last year. At local game store is Mage Store. Okay. That's just game store, but with, what do they call those? Words within words?
Anagram?
Anagram. There, that's the one. And then another member of Team Value Vampires. We saw Jonas in the draft rounds.
We did.
Playing Aurora. So that was earlier. These might get a little bit longer look, as these are not teammates, so they probably do not know exactly their lists. Bolt the Bird, probably should explain that. So in Magic, there's a creature called Birds of Paradise that your opponent would often play on turn 1. It's a very innocuous 0/1, so 0 power, 1 toughness, flying creature that taps for any color of mana, meaning it gave you resources of any type that you needed at any time. It needed to die quickly. Well, I mean, Conrad's the one that wrote the profile, so I don't know what to tell you. But Bolt the Bird is very cool, as a very cool name. I'm a very big fan.
Yeah. I have won games by casting Might of the Oaks on a Birds of Paradise that was attacking for 0.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And if you're not familiar with terminology, it would be like playing 2 pummels on a Phoenix Flame that didn't even have the inherent bonus. Like, it was a lead-off Phoenix Flame, and if you could break the rules and somehow pummel that twice, that's like the equivalent.
Pretty much. So here we go. Acilio into Gravy Bones. How does this matchup even work?
I think it's going to depend on whether or not the Acilio values getting rid of the allies or thinks that this is entirely going to be a race. It will also, I think, depend on the density of arcane damage that this version of Acilio is playing. I think that if it's a bit more arcane heavy, you might have a harder time dealing with some of the allies. The last piece of the puzzle will also just be whether or not, even if you want to clear the allies, you have enough firepower to do so. I say this knowing full well that earlier on the broadcast we saw somebody resolve Sawbones, Chum, and Humperdinck, and it's hard to imagine an Acilio being able to clear a board like that. So with that in mind, I think, again, it will depend on Conrad's build, but I would expect a lot of early damage going directly to Jonas to try to set up a situation where you just outrace the allies if possible.
Yeah, I saw Conrad sideboard out snatches. So that's a little, I think, slightly telling. Snatch into an ally with, a little bit less toughness is quite good in most cases. Um, and good morning to you also, Jackal. But if that's the case, I feel like we're going ahead and just jamming as much arcane as we can into this and trying to just fry the gravy bones before it does anything.
Now, I will say, I want to give a special shout out to Conrad Weiss for the card backs used on the equipment. Those are card backs that you would earn for being a tournament competitor in Legends of Runeterra.
Oh, that was a physical game?
No. So what you do is you just take the image and then you have them custom made on the Dragon Shield stuff. So
Oh, okay.
I say this, I have similar card backs, but instead of the tournament competitor ones that Conrad is rocking, I did the Riot Fist Bump. But yeah, you take the image and then you upload that to Dragon Shield. But those are, a nod to the competitive days of Legends of Runeterra. So shout out to Conrad for repping it.
Also, I'm looking at chat. I see that Conrad is the Austrian anaconda, and I want to know less about that. We're just going to go ahead and be okay with knowing less. Okay, where did Victor LL from? Malaysia. Is where Victor found the last needed points was Malaysia. So long national nightmare over. And who's the imposter? I guess I don't know. That's a good question. But any rate, we're getting shuffled up here, getting ready to go. I believe it would be Jonas with choice in this case. I believe that Conrad was actually the 8 seed coming in. So I'm sorry, the Anaconda was the 8 seed coming in, I believe. Let me double check that. I have the original standings up here. Maybe I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, Conrad was the 8 seed. Jonas was the 5th seed. So that would give Jonas choice.
And I think in this situation is probably one where you want to go first as the gravy to see if you can develop an ally and arsenal would be my assumption.
Yeah, never having played a whole lot of Gravy Bones, I'm not sure.
Well, so the other side, I like the game plan of try to develop an ally, get your arsenal, but the other side of it as well is if you let Conrad go first and you have some of your allies, you have the no blocks, the last thing I think you want to do is leak damage as well early on, knowing that this is likely a situation where you are trying to establish a board state where you can counter pressure Conrad. You want to give yourself ample time to find that, would be my assumption, but we will find out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our Gravy players in chat are saying Gravy definitely wants to go first, so gonna choose to believe. Dead Threads AB1.
A little bit of respect.
Some respect, marginal respect. The Bracers of Belief Old Knocker setup, and a Gone in the Flash in the opening hand with a blink and a sigil.
Okay.
Bruh.
We are gravy gaming with Jonas
A
likely
chum
going
in
first,
hand.
but
Looking for, we have a blue tipple. Well, I guess a tipple, I should say. In hand, it looks like.
and immediately a tough call with this compass look. Hand on the forehead. and
Hand
we're
on the
not even on
forehead.
turn
Turn
zero.
0. Let's go.
You can tell that we're in the final 4 now. You love to see it.
Vishra, that is correct. If Jonas wins, it is because the Anaconda don't want none.
And we're
Hand
back.
firmly on forehead.
We're back to the hand again.
Talk to the hand because the chum don't. All right, well, I'm not going to finish that statement. We're just going to play the chum. And we're going to discard here. That's an Echo Flash. That's a Volzar.
Yeah.
So we're going to Echo Flash for 2. Because it's free. Looks like we just took the 2. Wanted to keep the card for Arsenal.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think Conrad's gonna hold on to the sigil for his own turn, but
36, 40, 38, 36. Thank you for a nice, clear look at live totals. And it's gone.
and it's gone.
We shall draw. And another blink. Well, we can go on in so many flashes at this point. I almost just play the sigil now.
Yeah, getting the second blink at least makes it tempting.
What are you going to do with that many blinks?
Play more Gone in a Flash.
Well, you need another Gone in a Flash, really.
Or
but...
you could also just discard one of the blinks on your own turn as well, right? So
That's true.
would not be surprised if that's not what we see. I think this is going to be Gone.
And then we're going to bounce this. And we're going to resolve this. And we're going to do it again.
And that should be taking care of the chum.
And we're not blowing lightning grease for this turn. That's the thing.
Right.
So we're going to bounce it back to hand more than likely with the sigil. Nope, we're going to blink it. Okay.
Well, so you can blink it and then still send it again and then bounce it with sigil and then
No,
just
that's
arsenal
with
it.
sigil. Yep, and then just arsenal it. Yep. This is a pretty fun turn out of the Acilio. Just go, yep, thing, arsenal
Yeah.
the thing.
Your chum was Gone in a Flash, turns out.
Nothing like playing 6 cards when it's only 4. Would you like to block with a card? Ah, Blood on the Water. Okay. Sure. You're not allowed to look at that card, actually. But we know what it is at the moment. It's fine. We're going to go ahead and sigil that one back. And we're moved to end and arsenal. And he's going, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, okay, gonna start with a prismatic.
Sure. Ooh,
And this is a rabble.
this is the murderous ilk of rabbling. Gonna go down to 30. Take the 6. Close the chain.
Develop an ally and send that as well. So 5 more coming.
And with that hand, I think Conrad's just like, I'm gonna block with lightning greaves. Not even a block with the lightning greaves. Just gonna take it. Sure. Must not want the greaves turn.
No, I don't think it's necessary. I think there's just enough go again to do it without the greaves.
Well, we have a lightning, so we're gonna be able to entwine lightning. So we're gonna draw off here.
And
Instance
a
gone to the yard.
scar.
Scar, sure.
Sure, send more.
I've got all of these. Yeah,
Gonna
scar
start with the scar.
into the ally. I'm gonna gain a life. Yeah, sounds great.
So, as the kids say, let's let him cook. Conrad probably looking at presenting 16 to 20 this turn at a minimum. So we have the
We're gonna
entwine.
entwine. We have a second strike, and we have a Gone in a Flash sigil to bring back the Gone in a Flash. And then we can sigil again if we want to, and are still arsenal the Gone in a Flash. Sure. Chowder's dead, by the way. Chowder's stone dead.
Yep. And so here comes the Gone in a Flash for the first time.
That's in your arsenal, sir.
All right. Not
Second strike.
not for
There
the
we go.
first time. There we go.
This is the forego again that we talked about.
But, 12 total
More
presented so far. Still more to go.
You're only going to present 16. It's okay.
Well, I said 16 to 20 before. I thought that there might be.
I mean, to be fair, 4 of that went at an ally. Then we're going to gain some lives. Sure. Take the 1. We're going to play a sigil. Bring this back to our hand.
Yeah. So we've presented 16 and gained 3.
That's 21 so far. And then we're going to gain 3 more. Make it 24.
And Arsenal, the best card in our deck while we're at it.
And we've played this card several times.
Yeah.
And it's still in our arsenal. Because, Gone in a Flash. Gone in a Flash has a lot in common with Fox News. Both are fair and balanced.
The thing about Gone in a Flash is it's never really gone.
It is a flash, though. We do need to block now. But we do have Lightning Greaves, Balance of Justice, and a card to just cover this. Conrad's thought process. How hideous of a turn can I make with what I want to do? My guess is pretty hideous. That's a no block. So he's okay with Gone in a Flash being Gone in a Flash.
Yeah.
Which means there's most likely a Gone in a Flash in hand.
Or, I mean, is it Okay, they are going to resolve it. I saw the writing of the life totals, but I was about to say, is it a situation where what they were actually doing was pausing to see if there was any instance, because they put that die on very late, but you are correct. They have decided that Gone in a Flash is actually gone, and Conrad's just going to do even more gross things, starting with a Ravenous Rabble. Not the murderous kind this time, it's the Ravenous kind, so it's 4 go again, and showing an Enlightened Strike on top.
Well, a card draw that we could have if we wanted it. Oh, there's some lightning presses here. Or one lightning press, I should say. It's almost like Conrad wants to play with this food. This also tells you exactly why he didn't block, because he couldn't. Ooh, but we have a flittering charge. Trust me, this is just 4. In no way, shape, or form is
Trust
this
me.
is this 7. It's 7. I
Let's
lied.
go again.
Well, now it has go again. And 19 is firmly in the danger zone for life totals.
Oh, absolutely. But
And that'll
much
resolve.
much like what we saw earlier with Beano, I do think that this is probably correct. I think that this is the last opportunity for you to take a bunch on the chin and then just try to develop a board. So we'll have to wait and see what the hand is on the gravy
Whoa.
side and how it plays out. But you do have to, at some point, kind of take a bunch, develop allies, and then use the rest of your hand to block out. I think the biggest difference between this game and the one we saw earlier with Beano is there's a severe lack of gold on the other side, and Beano was able to use that gold to make some of the, bad hands significantly better. Instead, though, it's not going to be development. It looks like we're just going to send a big boat.
Well, we know that boat is gunning directly for the Enlightened Strike in Arsenal. And this does have go again. You have 3 block down in. I guess you could block with the knocker too, but
Yeah, I feel like this is, they're already doing the life totals. This is just going to connect.
not my Enlightened Strike. Heartbroken, clearly. And then we finally get our first gold. We do. Look at you. Finally get the gold. This says go again. We're going to break the combat chain. We're going to
And
break
then
this gold.
use the gold with the remaining pitch.
What do we find?
Call to grave.
We found
I
a
believe.
call. That's pretty good. I see discharge. I see rabble. I see snatch.
Yeah.
This is literally Aurora.
Yeah.
Like, those are Aurora cards. Looks like we're grabbing Is that Oyston? Heart of Gold.
I believe you are correct.
Well, I'm going to use the card picker to find out. Oyston. That is definitely Oyston, Heart of Gold. Look at me never playing Gravy a day in my life and knowing what a card looks like. Loan Shark. Now there's gold.
Yeah. And then we're also going to
Go away, Baton.
send the Oyston with the hook, the baited hook as well. Still a
have,
card
like-
available to Arsenal. This This is exactly the
I-
crackback turn that I was saying that you need to have. If you're going to take all of that on the chin, you need to have some sort of development.
I'll
Now,
say
it's not
you have 3 block on equipment. Like we can just do that. Block 3. Okay. On death, create gold. We're not looking at killing it. What we're looking to do is make this hand get weird. Or if we can figure out a way to make Lone Shark start dealing the damage. Looks like we have 2 Sunkens. We're going to send a Flittering. We're going to electrostatic discharge the flitter to bring the flittering back to hand. Or not to back, sorry, to give it go again.
to give it go again. Yeah. We're not quite at somersault yet. That's tomorrow.
That is tomorrow. And we are going to, like, I think the pattern here is we're going to flittering, discharge, rabble for 7 upstairs, snatch the Oyston because gold's already is already at 3, so who cares, to draw a card so we have an arsenal for next turn. I think that is the entirety of the turn. We know it go again.
Yep.
Yep, there's the rabble. This is going to come upstairs. 4/7. What you know about 7, young man? Well, you only have 1 card that
Yeah.
blocks.
I think, I was about to say, I think there is potentially an argument that if this is not blocked a ton, you might kind of smell that your opponent is not on many block options, and you could just send the snatch home as well. It's going to take a heck of a read on your opponent, but
Well, we do have 7, and we do
Right.
have the ability to.
I'm just saying, if my opponent doesn't block this at all and that 7 lands home, I would be very tempted to also send the snatch just
There's
to
a
force
sunken
cards out of the hand. But
Yeah, there's another Sunken in hand. So, gonna take 3. There's another yellow in there.
I think that's the only one left, though.
It is. There's also the prismatic in Jonas's graveyard. We're gonna threads an oasis. There we go.
There
You see,
we
we're
go.
covering.
So yeah, I in this instance then do believe the snatch probably cleans up the Oyston.
There is an Anka that's sitting down in the
And there it is.
and there it is. Snatch at the Oyston. And then we're going to have a discharge that is
Firmly in the arsenal.
firmly in the arsenal. I was going to make a discharge joke, but I thought better of it.
Now the trick here for Jonas is, how do you navigate this and not either like lose a card or lose life to the loan shark? I'm not sure that you've got.
I don't think you have anything to make that work.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you've got an option to do so. So that might as well read Blood Rot Pox.
Yep.
Oh, he's actually just going to discard.
You can lose
it.
a
Okay.
rigger. You can just lose a rigger.
Yep.
That's fine. Make a scuba. This hand is, I believe we're going to do some discarding.
I was going to say, I think.
Pass
when-
priority.
Yep.
Sadly, these Scar for Scars aren't turned on, so the blink is going to actually have to do the work of a blink.
Maybe.
I guess you could shoot yourself for 1 arcane.
Yeah, I was trying
That
to.
doesn't feel good.
I mean, if it lets you present 8 more, I think
I
that
mean,
might be a
yes.
worthy trade-off.
We're going to discharge Scar. So we're going to send 7. No go again.
Yeah, so this signals blank. You're just hoping that what you're doing is you're hoping your opponent puts you on like, okay, you had a clunky hand, and then you'll action point and then do more.
Yeah, well, you go action point with the blink. The blink turns on Starfall. Amp the arcane damage when you need it. Potentially to kill Scuba if it reads that way. I'm not sure which card it is. And then play a Scar for a Scar behind it. No arsenal, but reasonable amount of damage. Crazy how it seems like not too long ago we said severe lack of gold.
I mean, at that point,
Huh.
that was correct.
It was true.
And I'm pretty sure, to answer your question, that the other card in hand is a Comet Collision, which would be any target.
Okay. So could just nuke Scuba. Which kind of feels bad. He's such a good boy.
But again, I would say that would be dependent upon how this is blocked. Like if Jonas decides to just take this,
Taking 6.
there could be some incentive here to send more upstairs, or just blink, send the Scar at the Scuba, and then Arsenal
The collision.
the collision. And the reason I say that is because you know that they're on AB1, right? So like the arcane damage is, I think, of a higher value here. Like, yes, the Starfall is on right now, but yeah, I think this is not even going Scuba. I think this is just going upstairs for 5.
Yeah.
I love this.
Okay. I like what's happening here.
Yeah, I love this because you're either getting a bunch more damage in, or, if they block even one of it, which is all they can really block with the AB1, there's no respite in hand. What you also set yourself up for is if there is some sort of crackback, it'll just turn on that Scar for Scar.
Yeah, 5 is a lot. But we did play the blink, so I guess no, we don't have an action point, so we're just gonna arsenal the Scar.
Yeah.
But yeah, 5 is a ton.
Yeah, 5 is a ton. Again, no Oasis, so you can only block one of it. You only have AB1. You arsenal the Scar for a Scar, and then that's either a chain ender the next turn, or if there's a decent sized crackback, because you're at 17, you might just be able to comfortably take it and then send a full hand with a Scar lead off on the following. Like, this is great, I think, setup for the end game for Conrad, and that's why I really like just going this route and sending it home.
Mm-hmm. So we're just on the face is the place right now.
Yeah. Well, I think
Okay.
Conrad's essentially just saying, I don't think you can do 17. And while I'm not killing you this turn, arsenaling the Scar for a Scar outside of like you doing something that blows it up means I probably just win on the follow-up. Right?
Yeah.
'Cause you're looking at, you're either at 6 or 7. And if you're at
Stop it.
7, then it's because you also dropped a card.
You have 2 Chum left in deck. So theoretically digging for one of those is helpful. You have a Tipple to help. You have a ley line. So I guess, yeah, the call here is we're just going to go to 6.
Yeah, and I do
And
think
you have
that's the right call for the gravy, but it's just not one that you're happy about.
you have 4 cards worth of digging.
I mean, I guess it depends on how much gold you want to blow through here.
Yeah. I mean, a ley line's a good start. So it's a good tipple. We have a fate for scene in hand. Okay. So it's gonna be 4 go
All
again.
right.
Is he discarding to draw?
Now, even though there is a fate, it would not surprise me if Conrad still just lets this through with maybe aiming to turn on the scar.
Yeah, I think that is a big portion of this. There is a even bigger than that in hand. Interesting.
Yeah.
So you may fate this 4 just to know that, because like, there's probably a bigger attack coming. You do have an instant in hand. You have 2 instants in hand that you can actually discard to a Cilio. So here you get to set that up too.
Yeah. This was just the decision of the opt is more important than the scar for a scar getting go again. And that makes sense when you look at the hand, because you have the entwine, which has already got go again. And as I said before, the scar can also just be your chain under. It doesn't have to be turned on for this to be an effective turn.
Right. And the other thing that you got to be mindful of here, uh if your Jonas, is drawing another card turns on balance. So get Anka into play. Anka. Which Anka Dragunda. I don't know why I keep saying it like that. I need to stop. I need sleep. That's what I need.
Yeah.
By the way, Gorgeous Art by Isuardi Thariento.
Just never misses.
Man never misses. We're going to loot the hold.
Yeah, I will say the one thing that's also kind of working in Conrad's favor here is that if Jonas is trying to, at any point in time, chain through this gold to find better options, the balance is still available. And that could drastically change the combat math. And combining that with the fact that Conrad is still at 17, so does have a bit of health to potentially work with.
Go to 10.
Gonna shock.
I think it was the. So did we shock? What happened there? Don't know. Okay. 6 playing 10 right now is what we're seeing. We are going to have some belief in some bracers. It's
Okay.
a sigil, so we're not high on the pluses. We are going to show lightning press here, though. So full knowledge on the lethality of this.
Right.
Draw and discard.
I mean, I will say I really like this game plan here because when you show the press, your opponent kind of has to accommodate for the potential press play. And if
Mhm.
they overblock, then you can just save it for the follow up.
Yeah. This is a rainy day lightning press.
Now, both players with hand on head, we've hit that stage.
we have hit everything is in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme. And we are at the whiteboard. There are strings. The hands are on heads. Or if anybody's familiar with Paul Reiser and My Two Dads, this is also how he looked the entire time in that sitcom. That is a deep cut, by the way. If anybody gets that one, I am proud of you. And also scared, because that means if you know that reference, you need to get a colonoscopy.
Yeah, my back hurts.
As does mine.
So a lot of looking, just trying to figure out what do I have to account for.
How do I die? Okay. So that's an Avasti. Send a scar for 4. What else you got?
And so
If you
once
throw
again, you have to respect the press, but they could just arsenal.
well, it looks like you have an ally in hand. And so it's going to be a Dead Threads block, a card block, and pitching the ally for quick dodge. Well, now you're daring him. You're saying you have a react.
Yeah, I mean the
And then they have a quick dodge, so
yeah
they're
the react is face up. It's just a matter of like, do you want to make them use it now or not? I think it's a question of, you know, how much do you value pulling the cards from hand, or if you're just already banking on, you know, their turn was going to be swing with Anka anyway. Going from 2 cards down to 1 card might not make a difference. But I like sending it now.
Yep. We're gonna make this 7. Uh, they discarded a Sawbones. So they can do that with the quick dodge. So covering 3, going to 2.
I believe that is the case. I think the biggest issue for Jonas is going to be whether or not they can pull any cards from Conrad's hand. Because if you let Conrad have a full grip of 4, it
Well, yes.
is potentially problematic. The other issue here as well, I didn't see it there, but obviously there are Acilio discards, is whether or not, you know, Conrad has the arcane, right? With only AB1, if you don't find like another Oasis respite, we did see one played earlier, but if you don't find some sort of additional prevention, you're just kind of dead on the spot to a large burst of arcane.
So right now I believe he has the ability. He's going to try to force Anka or activation on Anka. But he has to have a card with Watery Grave first. He does not have a card with Watery Grave in hand. You've drawn 2 cards.
Right. Conrad's basically saying, like, if you've drawn 2, I'm doing the balance.
The
Like,
thing,
you
yeah.
activated gold twice, so this should be live.
I mean, you can send Anka for 10. Or Anka for 9?
I mean, that's the problem. It has to be 10. Like, if you do not peel a card here, I don't think you survive. Conrad's already got 6 cards after the balance.
There's a tipple. Still digging. Dig one more time.
Did it get better? That is the question.
The problem is to send boat might leave him dead. Or to send might leave him dead. So we're going to call.
I think we're going to see an instant response. Activate the
Mhm.
Acilio.
I think we're discarding
I think it's, yeah, I was going to say
the
Sigil.
sigil. Yeah.
Oh!
Okay. This is 2. You have AB1.
Right. So not dead yet, but that was, I believe, another collision picked up.
Mm-hmm.
And that will just win on the spot
Drop
if
you
you
to
don't
1.
top deck an Oasis.
Well, the thing here is we're going to let the call for backup happen. The Volzar does not untap. Or does... Or that's the one that untaps. Yep, that's the one
Yep.
that untaps. Okay.
That's the one that untaps.
There we go. So we killed off a Gravy with... Yeah, the press lock was so good there. Just having it covered up, and I believe that there was probably a window to do something different. I don't know what he was going to call for. Assuming Chum.
Yeah, I think it has to be Chum or something that's going to help with the defensive side, but ultimately I really liked what I saw from Conrad here, understanding at that point where it was a low block value, and to send that collision dome and say, okay, I can get you to the point where I can threaten every turn from here, but also understanding, because that was the first one seen at that point, that bursts of arcane will be able to go over the top, and that's exactly what happened. It was a great play, great navigation, and it closed out exactly the way you draw it up if you're a wizard player.
100%. So that's sending an Acilio to the finals to face either a Victor or an Ira. We don't know yet. We will be finding out sometime soon. In the meantime, if you're listening to us,
we do
and you
know.
haven't, we do know it is Victor. So we'll be getting Acilio versus Victor in the finals. That'll be coming up very shortly. And if you haven't yet, can you please just like and subscribe? That'd be really cool. I don't know. I just feel like I should say that every now and again because, after doing the show and whatnot for coming up on 5 years, I just really always forget. But yeah, we'll be coming up soon with Acilio versus Victor. So looking for burst versus this is 1,000 might tokens on a deck that doesn't block. Neat. well, can't wait to see how this pans out. So please stick around. We'll be back in, I don't know, probably just a couple minutes, honestly, if we're ready to go. So stick around. We'll get to the finals and we'll crown a new German national champion.
Logan. Life is just a mukbang. You don't wanna be low on the food chain. Life is just a mukbang. Bang, bang, bang. Out of the pan and into the fire. On the mukbang's #1 supplier. Black Mirror had to sell the empire. Brain hardwired to the deep fried messiah.
There's a heavy weight inside my head.
Today, Charmer, we
Today?
answer the age-old question: can an anaconda eat a horse? As we have the Austrian anaconda, Conrad Weiss, versus Ricardo Manrique on Victor, Basilio versus Victor, I should say, for the title of German national champion. Let's bring in some player profiles really quick, shall we? First, we have Ricardo Manrique, preferred hero Victor Goldmain. Sorry to say, not for long. Accolades back to back, Frankfurt Army finalists. We're doing great. Local game store, JK Entertainment. Team, the Frankfurt Fatiguers. You know what? I hate everything about that. That's very toxic.
I don't know. They might have won me over with the Armory finalist thing.
That's fair. Versus the Austrian Anaconda, Conrad Weiss. We did fix the game store on this one, so Nat's Nat's finalist, Conrad. Local game store is BB Spiel Rosenheim and part of Team Reckless Rosenheim. Had it incorrect on the last slide where it says Bolt the Bird. I miss saying Bolt the Bird though.
Maybe that's what the
going over
BB
some-
Spiel is. Maybe it's Bolt the Bird and Spiel.
Oh, that could be. Man, you're smart.
Sometimes.
You're so handsome and smart and
Now I know you're tired.
I have nothing better to say. What I do have to say is this is our last match. So this is going to be after over 20 hours of being on or on call at the very least to talk about Flesh and Blood. We will be taking a well-deserved rest and then recording an episode of our normal show, which is on every Tuesday, by the way. So as per normal, we're just going to abuse ourselves. But here we are, the grand finals of the National Championship Germany 2026 of Flesh and Blood. We have the already expired Dead Horse Victor versus the maybe not long for this world Basilio, as seems to be doing a lot of winning.
Yeah, I mean, if Conrad gets a win here, that will certainly help push Acilio over the hump. Get a little bit closer to not just Victor gone from the pool as we look forward to the post-National Championship events like Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Yeah, coming up in 2 weeks. We'll be experiencing the finals of Pro Tour Las Vegas. And then after that, I don't know. Gonna go to Korea, I think. That sounds like fun. But it looks like the players just studying list. Head on hands already. Like, we're already there. It didn't take long.
Already there.
We started in position, head in hands. Hey, take your time. I ain't worried about you. I'm just gonna play with the glue at the top of this life pad. I love everything about this. That is some swagger from the Anaconda. Now I'm gonna play with the glue while you play what could only be the drum beat from Mukbang on your temples.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of here is perhaps Ricardo is trying to do some mental math. Obviously, this is one where Ricardo is going to be looking to block out as much damage as possible. Yes, we know about the combos with the Visit the Goldmains, but at the end of the day, you do have to survive long enough to get there. We do see a very thick pile of cards here for Ricardo as well. So if that's your expectation when you're looking at the deck list, it's not just, what was included, but also, what is kind of like the maximum firepower, because this is not a deck with a weapon, so you don't have to worry about that. And if you can kind of do that mental math, I did just see Ricardo grab a Remembrance. There might be a situation where you can cut a couple of cards potentially and still find your end game just based on kind of solving for X during the deck list portion. So we'll see if the pile gets played or if those cards that were just picked out by Ricardo do not make it in.
I do not think in this scenario that Ricardo is going to be down with the thickness, just mainly because you need to be able to. Basically, you need to be trim enough that you can get to the necessary cards, like Oasis Respites, sigils, stuff like that, to make it so that you can blunt the impact of the arcane.
Yeah, I mean, it would also make sense to maybe not run full copies of Remembrance because you don't want to be caught in situations where you have multiple no blocks in hand and you kind of just get burst down. Again, you have a weapon and they do not, so you can just go with a traditional fatigue game plan. You don't have to go to full stages of the combo.
That's true.
So
You don't have to.
There are several things to consider here. I know that a lot of players might just say, hey, like play the pile, you're a fatigue slash, visit the gold main deck, but that might actually not be like mathematically correct here. And Ricardo is just taking the time to make sure that whatever pile they decide to send forward is the best suited for this matchup.
Wait, we do math?
Yes. The Victor Goldmain deck does math. Okay.
Yeah,
in this scenario, like I said, it makes sense. So yeah, 3 cards are coming out. One of them, at a minimum, was a Remembrance that I saw. I doubt that it's all copies of Remembrance coming out, but you're just trying to limit the chances of multiple no blocks, would be my guess.
This is one of those where you kind of want to have multiple. This is where you wish those Remembrances, at least some of them, were ominous excavations to bring back Sigils of Solace and Oasis Respites.
I think at least one card made it back in. There was a half-second hesitation there.
Half a second. That's a lot. That's a lot of hesitation.
The card went in and out of the box several times.
Okay. We're shuffling up. We're getting geared up.
Yeah,
We're going the distance.
Beyond just shuffling as well, I think this is also a count, so that if Conrad asks the question, hey, how many did you end up playing? You don't have to then stop and recount again. You might as well just do it now and say, I'm presenting, 67 or whatever it is, right?
Some number. I don't really, I didn't count.
I mean, I didn't count either. I was just kind of taking a mental math guess of, standard equipment setup. You're a hammer and board setup, so that's a minimum of 6 spots, assuming that you've got some number of null rune, and we're seeing gloves and boots come out here along with skullcap. So a lot of respect for the arcane. But if that's the case, and like I said, it looked like 3 cards were not being played. If I had to guess, you're in the 67, 68 range somewhere.
Somewhere like that. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll have to do it over here first. At any rate, I'm just trying to make sure that people know that we're in the finals, and it's not working. So, social media is also something that's very foreign to me and I'm very bad at.
Well, that's because you're old enough to remember my 2 dads.
My back hurts.
All right. Conrad says, all right, I tried to do a mass shuffle here. I'll hand it back over. That's a tower of cards.
It is indeed a tower of cards.
Now, Ricardo had the choice on the going first or second, and it looks like they opted to go first. And this is just going to be... this might actually be send for 5 with go again, and then also hammer and then arsenal.
A Titan's
somebody
tickle
pull
and
out
an
a die
arsenal?
yet.
Head and hands. Yeah, okay. Send me the bill. Don't even know how much the bill is for. Just send it to me.
Yeah. So either Conrad really likes the hand, or perhaps it's a situation where they're stuck with a bunch of no blocks.
It was for 5, because here's a hammer. That was accurate.
Yep. Like I said, no die had popped out yet. Life totals haven't updated, but obviously they're writing it down so they're aware. I assume they will get to the bookkeeping here in a moment. Yeah, life total goes down. Thank you, Conrad.
And we're at 27 really, really quickly.
And it looks like there's already one gold main estate in the hand.
Yep, so we're starting that. We're going to discard a draw. What did we find? We're going to find an E-strike. I believe he said go again. So 5, go again. Take 1.
And interestingly enough, that was a pitched gold main. So no interest in getting those going early.
And the old Oasis respite to cover up all 6 of it with
Yep.
AB2 plus 4.
Now, if I'm Conrad and I see that the gold main is pitched, and I saw, during the sideboarding that a couple of cards made it back into the box, that might signal that they're, not on full remembrance game plan here.
So we have Rabble. Rabble 1. This is going to draw out a block card. Okay, don't know what the communication here is.
Yep, it was something to the judge, but Ripple Away is placed as the block, so currently covering 3 of the 4. 1 does leak through. And we're going to rabble again. Rabble.
Rabble. Like I said, block card in hand in this case means that there is a no block on top. You're going to probably win this one. That is the case.
Now, just based on what was in the hand and the way that this is being navigated, I would expect Ricardo to ultimately just end up playing this sigil. And then if they still have the other card in hand, that would go to the arsenal. If not, if that ends up being pitched to AB here, which is also a likelihood, then they might arsenal the sigil instead and just pass.
I think the idea here is wanting to
send us to a short break for a
send
judge
us
call
to
is what it is.
something, of a judge call. Apparently, that was shocking. That was emotional damage.
That's the thing about these lightning heroes, is everything is really fast. Lightning fast, you might say, including the judge calls.
Yeah, that was some pace. But okay. Skull cap is turned off. So that's a positive. Blocked with a card. Okay. We can fix that. All right. We're going to be waiting on this judge call to resolve.
Yeah.
That was a should be an easy fix here, I believe, but we'll see how easy it is.
Production team is telling us that one of the cards it was blocked with was put under the deck as opposed to into the graveyard. Might have been a situation where positioning made somebody think that it was a pitched card, and out of habit, they just put it under at the end. But Judges will sort it out. We'll get back to the action shortly, hopefully.
Yeah, with minimal issue.
Maybe lightning fast.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. If anybody is wondering what it's like when we operate, we get snapped out of everything to the waiting screens, and then our producer sends us a message on Discord in all caps that just says "Judge call."
Yeah.
It it is the most dooming thing you can possibly imagine. It's like, oh noes, if he knew how to bold in Discord, this would be even crazier looking.
Yeah, that would be potentially terrifying. But not
Okay.
as terrifying as going back to the game.
Back to the lecture at hand. And here we go. We're back. We're sending a burn bear.
Yep, we're burning bear.
Burning bears. We have almost turned on Skullcap.
Yeah, I was about to say we are getting to the point where Skullcap would be active and there would be an opportunity to potentially cover the vast majority of that. I mean, with Skullcap Live, you go all the way up to AB5 with this setup, which is kind of crazy, but I see the vision. I think Skullcap is just kind of one of those forgotten about,
I
good
see
cards.
a god in a flash.
There's a lot of utility that still comes from running Skullcap in some of these matchups, but we're going to start this off with the old Scar for a Scar.
Getting blocked by a high octane currency and a Rampart of the Ram's Head. Send the Lightning Surge for Forgo again. Blocking with a Goldmane Estate. Game is probably not going to be about Goldmane Estate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the one pitched and now we see the block. I think that, the real signal as well was shield choice, right? You typically don't see Rampart or the Ram's Head when you're on the Goldmane game plan. The shield counting as gold increases the speed at which you can get those might tokens online. This is just going to be good old-fashioned fatigue, I think. Along
Send a
with
big old and another judge call.
Judge calls. That's what it's going to be. Good old-fashioned.
Not solved fully, still same problem. Okay. So, oh, somebody did let Greg on the internet. Well, that's a thing people can do, I guess.
All
Oh,
right,
yeah.
well,
Looks like Chad is on it. Victor put his pitch to the bottom to move a card from the combat chain to pitch zone and bottomed it too. So we're on judge call number 2 of
Electric Boogaloo.
that is Breakin' 2. Oh, now that's making my back hurt too. Why are we like this? Okay. And yes, if you know what Breakin' 2 is, you need to get a colonoscopy scheduled. Please. Get your butthole checked. Why is Greg? Why Greg? Actually, I'll take a quick screenshot for y'all to show you what it looks like when we see it. This. Oh, I can't add pictures in here.
No.
Well, never mind. Chat. YouTube is dumb. Okay.
So I suspect this one might be a slightly longer judge call if they're still trying
This-
to resolve it.
This one might be, as we got snapped back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Any rate, it's might not be drama, might be drama, might be, it could be anything. It could be a boat. We are currently not in Germany, so we have to rely on everything. It is the real Slim Shady. Well, it's Marshall Mathers playing a dude disguised as another dude. I think some YouTuber just uploaded a 5-hour video essay about the rise and fall of the Austrian anaconda, Flesh and Blood's most infamous cheater. No, my friend, that is Caleb Van Patten. Or Caleb Patton. Yeah, Van Patten. That
Yeah.
is known cheater Caleb Van Patten.
He's like the polar opposite of Majin Bay, known pillar of the community.
Correct. They're not the same person.
No, definitely not.
Never have been. Never have been. Like that's they don't even have they don't even have the same hair.
I don't
Evil
even know
Dop.
what else to say about this broadcast, in part because I'll admit I am incredibly tired. If you are watching us from the States, you know what it's like to try to sleep through the 4th of July, especially after you've been up for 13 hours the night before. But I mean, we've kind of had it all, right? We almost lost the stream because of severe weather on my part. We almost lost the stream yesterday because Jem wanted to try to blow up at the worst possible time during these nationals events. This morning, we had more technical problems on my end. Send your complaints to Microsoft, and now the judge calls. So we're just seeing the full array, the full gamut of issues.
Yeah, this is accurate. I had to call the first match of the day on my own, which was a banger ninja on ninja match, by the way. Tons of fun to watch. As Charmer was watching it, trying to fix his microphone, and the stream was delayed because all of Charmer's everything got repathed away from everything that was set up. Oh, it was the Charmer special for sure.
Oh, it was.
And
We were building this plane while flying it at the start of today. I'll say that.
but the same thing I say every time, but did we die?
Yes.
We did. Oh, never mind. Well, I guess we died. But right now it is one of those things where uh we went for 13 hours yesterday and things were less than smooth to start today, then went fairly well, fairly smooth, fairly nonchalant, one might say. And now here we are in judge calls in the finals. Neat. So instead, you just get to listen to us yammer away like idiots. And I know that is some of y'all's favorite thing in the world. But Swiss Nats started almost 2 days later into day 2. Gem would not load this morning. Oh boy. Yes,
Yeah.
nonchalant is the correct pronunciation of that, I think. I don't know. I'm not French. I mean, 2 hours, 2 days, it's the same thing, especially when you've been doing this a while. The time is a flat circle to us at this point. We really don't have any core understanding of how anything works. That don't put that evil in the world, Jesse. Like I don't need that. Like no. We'll talk about it if it happens, but no, thank you. Oh, after day 1 the event counted as finished. Oh, okay. All right, all right.
All right. I have an update from production. The update
We
is
do?
no update.
About to say I have no update. Did you guys do a separate chat without me?
Yes. But
Uh,
also no.
oh. Both? I mean, I don't know. Anyway, did you guys know that if you click on a link that somebody sends you in Discord, you can win Mr. Beast's money? Because that's a thing that that I've seen a lot of lately. So, if you ever see that, you can theoretically click it and have all your
I
information
I
stolen.
won all of Mr. Beast's money after I recovered my account from Steam because it had been locked. Somebody reported my Steam account, and thankfully they were kind enough to contact me via Discord to sort it out.
Oh, to sort it out. That's good of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a fun, I don't know, like couple of days since of well, I say a couple of weeks actually. Just anytime that somebody pops in as a new add to our Discord, I have to like make sure they're real.
I just, the minute anyone joins, I just say, "Are you real?" And if I don't get an answer, then I
Oh,
kick
that's what
them.
I've been doing anymore is just basically timing them out for a length of time, asking if they're real. So, give an honest to God opportunity to respond. Oh, Nats isn't done. No, we're just in a judge call right now that we've been in it for a minute. Um, and so anyway, back to what we are talking about. So I look at their profile first, and if it says like join Discord 2 week or a week ago, okay. That probably answers. Shared server mutual servers, none or one. Just mine. No, no, thank you. So okay, and it's been every time I get pinged in the Runaways Discord or Rantaways or whatever they're called now. I'm just like, yep, that's a Mr. Beast ping for sure. Descartes cognito is actually better translated as I am a thinking thing, not I think, therefore I am. Once you go through the entire cognito, you can actually figure out why that matters. But it is a distinction with a difference. Um, we uh, Darick and I, when we were waiting through one of the numerous tech delays yesterday, had a very long conversation on quantum physics and impressions of reality. We're not going to do that right now. So
I was trying to also convince Logan that he needs to watch Pantheon. So, folks in chat
that
who
too.
have seen the show Pantheon, back me up on this.
Production update, a real one this time.
Yeah, a real
Still
one.
still an investigation.
So a real update, which is still also no update.
It's not an update, but it's words that were typed to us. And this is where like being in Germany would be helpful, but alas, we are stateside where people have been making the rockets red glare for loudly every hour, at all hours for at least the last 36 hours. So sleeping has been not a thing. I mean, we can all type words. Some people have the best words. Facts are meaningless. We live in a post-fact society. That means that I'm getting punchy. See, best words. Everybody's got words, huge words, bigly words. Thank you, chat, for playing along, by the way. It's been nice. It's been nice of you to do so.
Yeah, you're playing the at-home version of the game.
Yeah, you're currently locked in an After Dark, and or it's gonna rapidly turn into one.
Oh, I am so tired.
Oh yeah.
All right, time to wake up. Let's put our thoughts on how we think this judge call is going to go. Is it going to be a rewind? Is it going to be a warning, a penalty? Because it happened more than once, right?
An investigation this long does not have me hopeful for the outcome of this call, to be fair. Which would then make me believe that, to be foul, which would then make me believe that we, as casters together, are cursed. And we need to go give Danhausen human monies to become uncursed. So, oh, trial by combat was so cool until you said on social media. I want the trial by combat, but on social media, Mm, I'll pass. Yeah, it has to be human monies. We cannot non-human Danhausen does not accept non-human monies. And if you need to understand the power of Danhausen, he uncursed the Knicks. And none
Yeah.
of us were alive the last time the Knicks had won a title prior to Danhausen's uncursing. So, you know. Oh, I'm not no, absolutely not. Playing Moist Katsu for the entirety of Mastery Pack Warrior season? Are you out of your mind? They're giving me something that like I want actively. Oh boy. We're dropping viewers like so many flies
Well,
because I mean, I don't blame them.
uh, don't know what to do.
Don't know what to say. What about life is just a mukbang?
You don't want to be alone on the food chain.
You don't, not at all. I feel like we have mukbangs and bees and traps and what else? Ah, yeah, there's other nets. Oh, we're currently in a judge call investigation that has been ongoing now for about 15 minutes. So let me think
Yeah, and
here.
full context of the judge call is that a player once during the finals they had blocked with something, and then instead of it going to the discard pile, there might have been some confusion about whether or not it was pitch, and it ended up on the bottom of the deck. But then the same thing happened again, and so when it happens a second time, it's going to warrant a more thorough investigation, just because that is less likely to be confusion.
Right. So it is currently under investigation. So it's not ideal, but we we'll get through it together, chat.
Yeah. Now, the one player is a Victor player, and we know that Victor has already hit Living Legend. What are the odds that this is an intentional throw to get Acilio over the line? Let's talk about that potential.
Okay. We really, really need to take away your tinfoil hats because you wear them far too often.
Every day I wake up is another psyop.
I I guess, yeah, kinda.
Let's talk about
Like,
the pros. We've talked about, you know, the potential hurdles of this broadcast for you and I this weekend. Let's talk about the pros. It
yeah,
was
okay.
really cool of them to have the artists do the altars during the break yesterday.
That was phenomenal. So there was a break yesterday between getting set up for draft after the CC Swiss had ended, CC portion of Swiss had ended, and they brought in two ultraists and put them on camera doing their work, and it was phenomenal. So if you go back and watch the live VOD of or the VOD of the live stream yesterday, you can watch that entire thing, and it was, like I said, it was mesmerizingly awesome. I
Yeah.
was super floored by that. Yesterday we got through the entire broadcast with Swiss CC. Actually, we got through today too, and yesterday, all the way through every round of CC without watching the same hero twice, and
Yeah, until
also
top
got
8. Yeah.
until top 8, and then we got to additionally, the draft was the perfect draft triangle. So we saw Acilio beat Aurora, then Ziggy beat Acilio, then Aurora beat Ziggy. Um, so that was fantastic. I don't
And
believe, yeah, I
the
don't believe there's any, it was not possible for Syndra and Acilio to get out this weekend, not even close.
I will
Um,
say this though. The ultraists made me realize that while I don't play Ziggy, if I did, I would have somebody make an altar that was Dolph Ziggy.
Why?
because everything is wrestling coded to me in Flesh and Blood. And
Okay.
he kind of already has the look. Like, I know that it's supposed to be David Bowie, but also you alter Ziggy to have like slick back blonde hair, and it's just
It's Nick Nemeth. Nemeth?
yeah, it's Nemeth or Nemeth, I don't know. I only refer to him
Yeah,
as
I don't know.
Dolph because if I say anything with Nemeth, then I have to acknowledge his brother exists, and I don't want to.
All right, we're getting more updates. So, not going great.
Yeah, judges are having a conversation with the player.
And
Probably going to just be going over what the results of the investigation is. This is again very common in just about every trading card game. When there's multiple infractions or things like that, there will be a more thorough investigation. There's usually more than one judge involved, just so that it's on the up and up, and there's agreement on what the steps should be, that sort of thing. And then you provide the results of the investigation to the player as well.
I mean, the request for more mukbang is out there, but we're gonna um I mean, we could, I guess, put you back on the screens and not us just droning on endlessly about
Yeah, the
the
problem
good
is
things.
Mukbang's not playing. We just missed that. It was like a
We
song and a
did.
half ago, and even
Yeah.
Halocene just ended.
Yep. So we'll have to, of course, Kiki's for Dolph Ziggy.
Yeah, because Kiki is a person of culture.
Kiki is a person of culture to a degree. I did see Kiki wearing a Knicks jersey, so there are limits. But um
I
the
said it to you. I am not a Knicks fan, but I am a Danhausen fan.
I'm I'm very heel on Danhausen, but that's only because he uncursed the Knicks, which then ipso facto cursed the Spurs and made me have sad.
Best
There
winning
is a
streak
pattern.
since Asuka. He's
It's true.
undefeated.
He is undefeated. Uh, but as far as that goes, um, yep, there's a judge investigation happening right now. And we don't have, so the problem, Jesse, is we don't have the human monies required to uncurse Charmer's air travel.
Yeah. Or just
We
travel in general. It's not even air travel.
Oh, Mario took down Polish Gnats. Okay. That's a little bit different. I like that. Turns out Danhausen doesn't come cheap. Like, I guess he was hired. That does help, Kiki. Thank you. Should have Harper jerseys, though. But, I mean, I love Wemby, but man, do I love Dylan Harper. The I think that, like, Taylor Swift paid Danhausen human monies to make sure the wedding was not cursed. So, that's the power of Danhausen.
Yeah.
Kiki, there's also a chance that at some point in time I will own a Jaden Quinton's jersey as well. So I'm I think I am a very big fan of him. Uh Taylor Swift got married to Travis Kelsey Swift, I believe is his name now. Oh man. Why can't I get somebody that just buys me comic books?
Well, you should
That's
have
what I
married
need.
Taylor Swift. I bet she would buy you comic books.
Huh.
Billionaires can afford comic books.
Well, they can. But Maybe, yeah, right. Maybe I should have. Maybe that was my mistake all
That was
along.
your mistake.
Okay.
Still waiting on the results of the judge call. Again, production has told us that judges are speaking with the player, have not received an update since that time, but it also could just be because our fantastic production partner, Firat, who is there on the ground getting us, up to date information, might be awaiting the conclusion before communicating that to us.
Yes. Rich, Will Brennan is available. So, you know, that power hitter is that power hitter's out there. You just need to go back and get him. And Kiki, I might be able to help with that. I'll take a look when I have some time. And it's so this is 2 years in a row, right? Where we've had a protracted judge call.
It just feels that way, but this has all just been one long judge call.
Oh. Right.
It just feels like it's been 2 years in a row.
Isn't a powertrain warranty the same as a power hitter? I'm very confused. I was in Phoenix and I watched Will Brennan hit a dinger. Has power. Just inconsistent. Switsnats Ziggy Acilio. Okay. Well, we saw that play out at one point.
Yeah, that did not go well for the Ziggy player.
It did not. No. Fourth baseman, courtesy of JD Power. Love it. And associates. And, yep, of course. We have to.
Somebody call Heiner. He'll get to
I'm
the
not
bottom
doing
of
it. He's too busy playing sorcery. Restart the tournament.
Yeah. Run it back. It's the only way to be fair. Nuke the tournament from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Speaking
Orbital
of Paul Reiser
bombardment.
movies.
Yeah.
My back really does hurt.
Oh God, it does hurt. My sciatica is just unhappy every time that you talk at this point.
Yeah. You're welcome.
My God. I mean, there are so many things that I'm just like, oh yeah, I really enjoy this. And it's just like, oh wait, Paul Reiser's in that too. Huh. All right.
Yeah, it's like when you remember that him and Helen Hunt had a sitcom that was really
Mad
just
About You.
a
Yep.
fever dream.
Yep. My Two Dads with Stacy Keenan and Greg Evigan, I believe. Then obviously we have Aliens, and I believe he's in Predator 2. Obviously Stranger Things, The Boys. Yeah, I mean it's Paul Reiser. I think he's even shows up at least in Curb Your Enthusiasm at some point. Ooh, man, that's a good one. So ham and cheddar or turkey and Swiss. I'm gonna say if those are my two options, it is turkey and Swiss. But the real answer here for me is ham and Swiss. Or real specifically, the Anthony Bourdain sandwich, which is mortadella and provolone. So that's a good question though. That is well appreciated. Thank you, Will. Pastrami and rye is good, but you're asking a lot of the bread. So rye bread is, if you're using rye bread, it better be like the tippy top of rye bread. Otherwise, it tastes like disappointment. Whereas you use like a brioche of any sort, it's good. You're totally fine. It doesn't matter. But you've got to get that rye correct. If not, mm-mm, you just taste like sad. Pastrami, on the other hand, I mean, just pastrami in general is great, but um, I'm also a corned beef guy. Love corned beef. Ham, turkey, cheddar, or Swiss bacon on a sourdough grill. Absolutely, I'd eat a club all day. Twice on Sundays, like today. Like absolutely, no notes. Sourdough, yeah, that's a great bread. No, no, nothing wrong with some sourdough. I mean, that's not unhealthy. Well, I mean, it is unhealthy. Pastrami is by definition unhealthy. Um, Fair enough. 24 hours is the correct amount of time for a brisket to cook, hold before being sliced. So yes, absolutely.
Essentially, the real answer is as long as this judge call.
The brisket would be close to being done by now.
It would be pretty close.
It'd be close. But the brisket, like people make the mistake of thinking that, you know, the juicy and tender is like the part of the brisket that makes it. It's the bark. Like you got to get the bark right. If you don't get the bark right, problematic.
Oh, you know who had a great bark? DMX.
Okay, so here we go. So update, it's a match loss. Conrad Rice is the winner of the 2026 German National Championship. Well, I guess I should have read the rest of that, but
yeah,
I
was waiting for you to
oops.
get there.
Oops. Well, this is what happens what happens when I just do everything live and I'm tired. But we do not have information on the correct penalty. We will have information and the screen and any sharing I can do as soon as we know anything else. But
well, I
and I
mean,
wasn't supposed to. I
was
wasn't
gonna
supposed
say,
to tell
you
yet,
already went
but
this far, so we might as well. The best part is the last. You know, the lead was buried in Logan's defense, but the last part says, "But wait with the show, the screen, and sharing that until I get the penalty reason." So,
yeah, that is a buried lead. But anyway, uh, I didn't want to keep people hanging on too long with that going on. We will have further information for if possible for what we can talk about um, when we get to that point. But okay, buried deeper than my daddy trauma. All of a sudden, Greg, everything just clicked into place.
yeah. Boron, that is a fair question, and that is, I think, ultimately why they wanted us to wait to share that, because we have not been told exactly what the penalty is. But if you're asking what caused the judge call to begin with, during the finals, at one point, a player had taken a card that had been used to block, and there might have been some confusion, but they ultimately put it on the bottom of the deck as if it had been pitched instead of blocked. That was the first time the judge was called, and then there was a second instance of that happening, which then led to a further judge call and further instigation. Now, we assume that it's related to that, but we have not been actually communicated what the penalty is quite yet.
So we will stick around until we have more information. I mean, the Brits have been getting away. Never mind. You know what? I'm not going to start
Look,
World War III on stream.
No. Listen, yesterday was Independence Day here in America, and there's a fun fact. The most celebrated thing worldwide, holiday-wise, is independence from Great Britain.
Because a lot of countries celebrate it. That is actually just true.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
just speaking facts here.
yeah, that's very true. Uh, okay. So yes, I am uh waiting on further information. Like I said, we will stick around. If you want to hear more,
Yep.
we will provide you any information we can. But um,
We would like to give you
yeah,
full resolution. We're not going to let this fizzle on the stack.
even though both of our beds are calling to us
Yes,
at this
like a
juncture,
siren song.
yeah, I could get lost in the sleep number. You can start betting on anything you want. I am not going to stop you from gambling. Far be it from a charmer
I
or
mean,
myself to stop you from
I will
gambling.
say this is again partially my fault because after we were way over our expected time yesterday, I looked at the schedule for the run of show today and I said to my wife, well, the good news is we should be done sometime between 9 and 10 tomorrow. And here we are. My time, it is currently almost 10 a.m. So I imagine it's going to make me run over the next 2 minutes just to prove me wrong once again. We'll probably get our answer in 4 minutes, I would say, just to rub in salt in the wound. But
I did say 9:30 um because I thought there was a chance that the Gravy beat the Acilio, so we end up with Gravy versus Victor, which turns into a slog and um but yeah, somewhat nice, somewhat evil. That's fair. And technically the game was fast. Um but yes, we will be here to finish the story, I guess, allegedly.
yeah. And then after you finish the story, stay in the title picture for like the next 3 years.
Man, but uh who's buried more people, Cody Rhodes or Triple H?
Oh, Triple H, 100%.
Oh, I'm well aware,
Like
but
not even the same stratosphere, sir.
yep, that's fair. Like Triple H just figured out how to run the game, pun intended, and that's by marrying the boss's daughter. So
Well,
you know,
it was a combination, I think, of that, but also right place, right time. If we're going to deviate and talk wrestling for a minute, I think that it's important to mention that after the Monday Night Wars ended and a lot of the former WCW and ECW talent were being signed by WWE, the old timer mentality of making you earn it also meant that they had to run through the gauntlet. And so that set up the opportunity to kind of ruin the momentum that anyone had from those other promotions. So if your name was, Booker T or RVD or, whoever, you kind of got punished for that. And the only person who came out well, there was a couple people, but the one that jumps out that came out well is like Chris Jericho, who left before the conclusion, right? I think that
yeah.
the people coming over when there were no options, as opposed to the people who jumped ship, were treated significantly differently.
I think Otis is actually the correct answer for who would make the best sandwich amongst wrestlers. Best tag team, man. Uh, it's hard for me to say anything other than like early period Steiner brothers. Um, also love the Dudleys. Um, and honestly, they ended up growing on me quite a bit. The 3-man New Day.
Yeah, I was gonna say for
Uh,
me, the answer is New Day. Um, They did everything that I ever wanted from a tag team. And while I do agree with you that early Steiner brothers are fantastic, and I think they're criminally underrated.
Like Japan, New Japan Steiner Brothers.
Yeah.
Like,
But
yeah.
you do also need that asterisk. Part of the reason they were so good was you were actually allowed to kill people then. Like, if you've never seen a Steiner screwdriver, like, Google Steiner screwdriver and watch Scott Steiner kill a man.
It's pretty close to true. Yeah, so I mean, obviously you think about the Road Warriors / Legion of Doom. Key Lime Pie is based. Like, that's stop with stupidity. But like, you think of the theatrics of like the Road Warriors, you think of the sort of just pomp of the Freebirds. Man, uh the best wrestler of all time is Cactus Jack. The worst wrestler of all time is Dude Love. Yeah, okay. I can't. I'm not gonna disagree. I mean, I don't think that either of those things personally for me is true. Because anybody that uh,
Oh, we have.
all right, here we go. Going to the winner's screen. The finals winner is Conrad Weiss officially on Acilio. There's the thumbs up from Conrad. Obviously, I don't think he's exactly thrilled with the outcome. So the information we've been given is there was a match loss for suspected cheating without full or clear evidence, and the integrity of the finals was compromised. Therefore, a game loss was issued. And in the finals, that leaves us with the 2026 German national champion as Conrad Weiss on Acilio. Congratulations. I know it's not how you wanted it to happen, Conrad. It was suspected cheating without fully clear evidence, and the integrity of the finals was compromised. So, there's where we're at. But thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, for hanging out with us, for spending time with us. And apparently our stream died, I guess. I don't know.
I mean,
And I'm still saying everything, but
I was
okay.
gonna say I see everything, and I do see we had like 30 dropped frames, so perhaps it froze for a minute. But
Oh, that's okay. That's the first time we've had drop frames the entire time.
right,
So even better. But thank you, everybody, for joining us on the ride. It's been a wild one. That's the I can definitely say that. On behalf of White Rabbit Community Game Store, Premier Card Grading, and us here at Flesh and Pod, I want to thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for everything you do. And if you want to know our unvarnished opinion on everything that's happened, join us on Tuesday. I'm sure we'll talk about it because we're Flesh and Pod. Thanks again. Congratulations to Conrad Weiss. Everybody have a great day. I'm going to bed.